参透风情共受尽，经久恨情怎在明？怎在明？
Death and destruction sweep across the land. But the pursuit of immortality never stops. In this fleeting, crumbling world, nothing is eternal. A soul without a body turns to ash. And all who come here become twisted into monsters. Now, you must choose. Surrender or die.
Welcome, guys. Welcome all to the NARAKA Bladepoint Southeast Asia Open. My name is Asarai, and with me now is Raf, and we'll be your casters for today, giving you all the action of what is to come for at least these 2 days again for the solos and trios. And my dude, I am so excited. It has been quite some time since the last time that we've casted NARAKA, and there have been a good amount of changes as well as in the game, and actually tournament wise with the format that has been set to us by the tournament organizers.
Oh, you've said it. I mean, the last time we did NARAKA together was when Valdeki was new, and I still remember those days of being a Valdeki spammer. But now, as you mentioned, it is a different landscape. We even have a new map. We've had a plethora of new heroes onto the mix. Hopefully, the meta has still remained intact, especially with the solos. Again, it's been super, super entertaining, and we basically are expecting that type of beat when we come into this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. There is so many things that is now is pretty exciting, actually, if you are an avid NARAKA fan and if you're an avid NARAKA competitor as well. Right now, while we're still waiting for some of the tournament details to be shown in front of you guys on your screens, we actually started this Southeast Asia Open earlier this month. For the Open qualifiers, it was at the 1st, 2nd of October. The semifinals happening to 8th of 9th. That was last week. And now, of course, this weekend, as Raph was mentioning, we do have the grand finals split into 2 days where we have the solos for today and the trios for tomorrow. And again, this is all fighting for that total prize pool of $15,000 only for the Southeast Asia Open. And we have so much more once we go into the World Championship, which is happening later on this year.
Absolutely. I mean, with a prize pool like that and the support that NARAKA has been giving so many of our players, I think this is a really exciting time to get into the game. So guys, don't fear, because I believe we have codes to give away too across the weekend. So like I said, if you're looking for a way into the game and you want to look at the best action that the game has to offer, this weekend is perfect for you.
Absolutely. There's so much to, again, be very excited about. And here we go. This is one of the things that we were kind of mentioning about the tournament format, what the changes are, and the solo hero pick rules is one of them. There will be a limited number of times you can pick the same hero in solo games. So we have for today a total of 6 matches per day, and no more than 2 times can you pick the same hero. If a player picks, of course, that hero for the 3rd time, there will be no points for the match. So, of course, if we see that, we can't redo a match. Be very careful. Be very, very vigilant that you don't, again, select Yotohime twice, because that's going to be something that is a big, big no-no. I just wanted to ask, Raf, what do you think, happens to the players and maybe to the game with this particular rule already set?
I think this is a very interesting rule because if this was not in place, I feel like we just see everybody play Justina all the time. If not Justina, then maybe Wu Chen. And again, it's just really to maybe flex the versatility of our players. And as I mentioned, right, it's going to be super, super entertaining to see maybe some off-meta picks, Asarai, maybe something out of the ordinary, maybe an unorthodox approach to the game. But like I said, overall, it's healthier for the tournament scene. I think it's healthier for the game this way. And just a quick reminder, guys, we did talk about that prize pool, so take a gander, because if you are going to take that big W today as a solo, you get a big, big chunk of $5,000, man.
Yeah, it's not sus, guys. It's US dollars of 15,000. It's not a sus prize pool, but yeah, for the trios, they have a cumulative of 10,000 USD, while for the solos, it's 5,000. And again, they're going to be fighting for all of that throughout the entire weekend. Now, here's another nail biter for this one, Raf. Exactly this, as I was wanting to talk about. For the champion, for the solos, it's going to be 1,000. 750 for the 2nd place, 600 for the 3rd place, and then so on and so forth. For the trios, it's 2,000, 1,500, and then 1,200. And then there's another one here as well. Right under the distribution on the top of your screens, you can see that each map, the solo winner can get $75 extra, and for the trios, it's 150. So if you can win all of these maps all together, that's $450 for the solos and $900 for the trios.
Once again, what an exciting time to be a competitor, Asar, especially with incentives like this, and for teams that can really snowball it, maybe even all the way to the grand finals, or rather to the finish line. It's gonna be a big bounty. And guys, just a quick introduction. If you guys heard Asurai's joke earlier, for those who are new to the duo, Asurai has complete Zoomer humor. I think that's fantastic for a lot of our audience. Maybe not good for my health, but
wow, just throwing you under the bus, huh? Aren't you?
It's a warning, for the most part. It's a warning for our newer viewers.
All right. It's fair. Totally fine. But what is also totally fine, again, is we do have the same rule set from way back when, is the very aggressive rule set of just looking for kills, because now the higher you rank, the more kills you get, the better the multiplier of those points becomes. So it's very simple mathematics here, guys. If you're at the rank 1, you have a multiplier of 1.6. So look at that. If you have, let's say at the bottom, there's an example. If you have 5 kills, you get that multiplier of 1.6, and then you add your rank point equivalent, which is 4 points. That is going to be 12 total. So again, there really is that incentive to be as aggressive and be successful at being aggressive as possible. Because I mean, even if you're aggressive, you don't get the kills, then it's kind of not worth. I mean, it's kind of obvious. Yes, and I mean, we're all hungry, but not that kind of hungry. So.
Oh yeah. I mean, hungry like our players, Asar. He talked about the multiplier system and how the kill points really will stack up. And again, this is just to avoid, because we know how the typical nature of battle royales are. Most of the first 2 circles, they're going to be fairly passive. It's going to be a pretty innocuous exchange, but with kill points and basically a huge multiplier at stake. As Asar mentioned, you have to be both effective and aggressive at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, just like something off topic to talk about. If you guys are watching via Twitch, it's perfect right now to, if you have not, what is the word for it? Connected your account to your NARAKA profile or your NARAKA account itself. There are actually Twitch drops that you can get right now while watching the broadcast. So not only do you have the giveaways that will be happening on stream, you will be also giving yourself those Twitch drops, but I'm pretty sure everybody knows that. But just in case they didn't, right? You get your Immortal Treasure, you get an Epic Outfit Trial gift card, Spectral Silk, all those good stuff. And moving forward, now we're seeing the map schedule for today, 6 maps in total, and we have a nice sprinkle here, Raph. Not only do we have the Moros Isle, of course, the El Clasico, we also have the new map Holoroth, which I actually am very excited to also see, because I've seen this in the other qualifiers in the other regions for NARAKA Bladepoint World Championship, and it's been really fun, especially on trios.
Absolutely. And again, new map entails potentially new meta. I feel like we haven't really had the biggest sample size of Holoroth just yet. Again, it's a very recent map. I believe it came out last August, if my memory serves me correctly. So it's definitely still in the infancy stage when it comes to developing the most effective tactics out there, Asterai.
Yeah.
But again, as I mentioned earlier, this is the cream of the crop. We will see what the players have been cooking in the lab for this newest map.
Absolutely. And again, okay, I was just gonna talk about like the weapons themselves. There have been some additions from the last time that we've casted. Again, people might say that it's not as new right now. Everybody's been using it for a while, but yeah, we'll talk about that in just a bit. But we now have the participants that will be fighting for their lives in this grand finals for the solos. We have Shizu, Master Demo, Paralyze, Katakal, Foom, Poompal, Kawaii Desi. Tanoshi, Justina Gucci, Foods, so on and so forth. And we have a maximum or a total of 16 players, again, vying for those top slots. And speaking of slots here, Raph, so here's the thing. We have 2 slots for the World Championship for solos. That means that the top 1 and top 2 for solos will only advance to the World Championship, if I'm not mistaken. And then for the trios, it's the top 3 teams or the top 3 trios that will be able to get there. So there really is a cutthroat tournament here, because we are definitely going to slash the teams.
Absolutely.
Just to see who gets in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talk about the players. Any one of those names pop out to you, Asarai, like really caught your attention? I feel like you're already thinking about Master Demo, who's been around the scene for quite a while now.
Yeah, absolutely. I've seen, again, he's just been one of, I think, the more just known presence of NARAKA Bladepoint. He always just streams however he plays. I also enjoy when he does those, what do you call these? challenge modes where he just plays with like no weapon whatsoever. Just use your fisticuffs and just try to beat the game in that fashion. Really kind of sets a tone on how you want to develop yourself as a player, stuff like that. And he's, I will say as well, it seems like he's, at least when we kind of saw him the last time, you know, when he played, it looks like he was good for solo. So maybe right now he can bring that same performance output to the level here. I'm not sure if he's also in the trios. We'll have to see that for tomorrow. But again, definitely excited. The other names that we've seen here in the participants list, I personally have not really seen them in action just yet. But that just means that there's so much more to kind of look forward in terms of, you know, who's setting the standards for Southeast Asia for NARAKA Bladepoint.
And of course, guys, look at the bottom. Get your code Kraken Fingers ready because it's right there. Again, the freebies have already begun. It's so early on the day, but the generosity is, of course, absolutely abundant. But aside from what you said about Master Demo, again, a lot of competitive history and, of course, been very kind to the community, Asarai. But the name that really stuck out to me was Justina Gucci, of course. Absolutely, we already have our very first Justina spammer, at least the very apparent one. But like I said, right, with the two hero lock-in rule, I feel like aside from Justina, you know, Master Demo signature hero, of course, Yotohime is definitely going to be fielded. I actually feel like for our solos, we're going to see a lot of Justina. We're going to see maybe a bit of Takeda. I think Takeda is really interesting with that grab for his F1. But aside from that, maybe give our boy Tarka G a little bit of love. I know there's a little bit of a meme that's buff Tarka, but you know, it's been a long time coming. Wu Chen, I feel like, is also incredibly flexible, could be very good in our solos and also our trios tomorrow. But I talk about all the new names, and I didn't even bring up the most recent one, which is Zipping Yin, which is so notoriously hard to kill right now. So much utility both for herself and the team. So Asar, I think that's also one of the few meta dives that we're gonna have today. And you wanted to talk about the new weapons, or at least relatively new weapons.
Yeah, relatively new weapons. I have each and every match that you see, if they have the opportunity, they'll go for the dual blades or the nunchucks, which have been seemingly really strong. I heard that there was this, or the video that's been playing in the NARAKA Bladepoint where there's that what's the word? No latency or no lag on the vertical strike for the nunchuck, so you can technically just keep hitting your opponent multiple times in sequence if you know how to properly execute that. So it seems like there is, again, some really good performance outputs that you can do with these relatively new weapons. And again, very excited to see how it is going to be utilized by our players here.
Yeah, I feel like the classics are also going to rear its head. Of course, the Greatsword has been, I would say, pretty consistent all throughout the life of NARAKA. Definitely a bit more prominent in the trios, but it's not going to be left out in our solo endeavor, of course. I feel like you mentioned, the crouching vertical for the nunchucks have been fantastic. I think a lot of people have been talking about that, both positive and, you know, a little, oh my goodness, it's so hard to handle. I remember the days when the dagger was new. The dagger had so many issues being incredibly nimble as a weapon and incredibly insane when it came to the DPS. Speaking of DPS, I think the dual blades have been fantastic for that too. But like I mentioned, with the classics, the longsword also reliable, the katana incredibly reliable as well. But I feel like we're getting a little too excited, Asarai. We're very close to the action. That's why we're already dissecting this as much as we can, folks.
Very true. Very true. We only have 16 players per game, so this is going to be a race to the top, but by being able to get as many kills as you can. Because again, the stark contrast, if you have a bigger player pool than what we have right now, is there's more opportunities for you to stack up the kills. But now it's you have to play as greedy as you can. You know, again, we have that incentive for the points, but because of the natural amount of players that we have right here, there is an even bigger pressure for the players to get the ball rolling very quickly. I know that there might be some players that could be playing the more passive game, you know, just hoping that they can get maybe 3 to 4 kills optimally, and then just hope that they can get the rank 1 so that the multiplier is there. But I feel like that's going to be the latter, but the former of the strategies would just be to actively look for opponents as soon as you get the good items, or even if not, right, just try to wriggle one out, because it really is, even though we do have the 6 games, it really is such a big pressure to start getting good points so that you can at least make sure that, you know, you're safe as the day continues.
As you mentioned, right, there's only, 16 players. This is the cream of the crop. As we mentioned, this is the very best of the region. So getting 4 kills, as you mentioned, that's already a quarter of our participants. So that's going to be quite a bit already. I feel like this could go either way. The first half is definitely going to be a feeling out stage. I feel like a lot of the players might just actually use the first 3 maps as I mentioned, a measuring stick, a bit of a barometer to see how far everybody else and how they try to size up, right? And I feel like those Justina picks, maybe they're gonna come very, very early and very, very late. I've been talking about Justina for the longest time. Again, why is that? For all our newer viewers out there, Justina's insane. Just her encasing, her ice encase, it's basically a get out of jail for free card, especially if you use your F2, and it's incredibly powerful in a game like this where knockdowns are super, super valuable.
That's very true. That'll definitely help you either follow up or not be abused in terms of the combos. I totally forgot as well that at least because, you know, NARAKA does have that incentive to always go aggressive, we do have, I think before the 3rd phase begins, there is also that resurrection, so
shrine,
you can the shrine, exactly. So that just also means that they can try to look for those fights early, and they have that as you mentioned, just that one jail out of that get out of jail free card. At least, if I make a mistake, there's always that one chance. As soon as just you can't wait for that. So yeah, just looking for, again, very aggressive things to happen at the very start, just so they can really maximize the shrines.
Yeah, notice how we've talked about almost everybody, but I have not talked about Baldeki just yet. She's aight, honestly. I feel like her kit has been revolving very, very much around her F1 actually. But now look at this. We are actually going into our solos, ladies and gents, and we have a tree and Tenoshi already getting into the thick of things. Tenoshi getting a beautiful crouch vertical here, maybe trying to set up something, but it doesn't look like they're gonna fully commit onto this fight. Asarai, or at least one of these fighters, are Tenoshi. Very, very happy to zone out, as Tree actually has an armor advantage here. Oh, as soon as I say that, maybe that's not the case anymore.
Hang on, might have bit off a bit more than it can chew. Tries to go and reset the fight as Tenoshi still charges in. That natural range that the spear gives might give him a little bit of advantage. Good heals overall. Tenoshi is surviving, but is it going to be enough? Oh, finds a little bit of an opening here, Raph. Pins the opponent to the wall, backs away. And now they're taking a bit of a breather here because a third party has come in and ensued. Oh, it's Tenoshi that's being chased down. There's the great sword damage in. And Tenoshi still somehow is surviving. My goodness, this is so much heal for Tenoshi, and it is working just swimmingly for him. The Zipping Ying really showing its power here in solos. Tenoshi giving us a little bit of a movement escapade here, but the opponent right behind is relentless, chasing him down, really baiting for the kill. Tenoshi does have a bit of heals on his own end, but can't really have the breather just to recuperate some of that armor of his, at least trying to find a little bit of space. And finally, the two opponents have met each other, and Tenoshi finds his little opening there. Coming into the next fight, here we go.
That's right, and we have a Yotohime, something, a bit of a blast from the past, still very, very strong, but a bit of a reel in here. Absolutely, well, still not committing to any fights, Aster. I think everybody's still just trying to get decent gear here, as Mahal does have that spools at the ready. Doesn't really have the greatest pool for armor, and now she has to get as much resource as he can, but we have to get back onto Tenoshi. My goodness, it has been a million weeks and Tenoshi still has not fallen. This is the power of Yin, and it's been incredible. As you mentioned, the downtime on those attacks on those nunchucks, they're very, very little. And of course, it's gonna be a Yin mirror. This is gonna take forever. Pom-Pom is gonna get a little bit of space. Oh, but beautiful, beautiful focus attack there from the katana. Finally getting the first kill on the board as Demo is running away, maybe potentially trying to isolate the fights here. Does have purple armor, so that's gonna be quite a bit of an advantage going back into a direct fight.
Zipping Ying just looks to be such a menace in terms of just how long she can last in the fight. Master Demo trying to bait in the opponent, trying to use that charge attack. Oh, able to parry just perfectly. What's the follow-up? So much damage from Master Demo here. Sitting, using the F1 from the Yotohime just to create some space, but this is still so dangerous. Has the ultimate. This is good. All right, let's see. Master Demo's dodging like an absolute demon. Now, Sid able to TP back. Able to use the blades just for a bit of that space. Master Demo's not getting fooled at all. His grappling hook able to let him chase with ease. Another fighter comes in. It's going to be Foods. Who will be the one to get Devour? Is it Master Demo? Is it Foods? We'll have to see. But the space, again, just to get away. So much mobility and so much space taken in such a short amount of time. Anyways, Tanoshi back again with a pom-pom fight here. Was he able to actually get the weapons?
No weapons. No.
Oh, this is bad.
Tanoshi doesn't have anything here, and the spool chase is gonna come from Pom Pom here. And now we have a million Zipping Yins here fighting in the town square, but it does look like Pom Pom has a different business elsewhere, looking for a confirm potentially in Tanoshi here. I'm not entirely sure if Tanoshi has decided, or rather given the fortune of getting a gear up, but we have to go back onto Demo here. Demo going for the movement, trying to get back that shield, and that's a perfect reaction here. But Foods trying to bait out the focus and the parry. Gets the combo. No guaranteed. Master Demo, the parry does get baited out on his side too, Asar, and that armor advantage completely disappears. But the nunchucks, the turn potential is just so good.
So good indeed.
Disarmed though.
Oh, the juggle! One more shot! Master Demo able to heal the Zipping Yin, giving him a breath of life. Is it enough? Actually uses the ability to stay mid-air so that Foods' combo will not hit. Oh my gosh, this is just absolute micromanagement from Master Demo. They're in mid-air wrap, and he is trying frantically to keep himself alive. Breaks through the window. Can he get through the wall? Charges up, backs away. All right. Has a little bit of a bite back. Loving the step back there just to dodge the attack. And both of these fighters just expertly dealing with each other. Master Demo Knights finds a bit more space here. And how does he keep surviving, man? As you mentioned, the Zipping Ying, a total strong pick in these solos.
Well, if I was expecting the Justina picks, I definitely will not ever discount the survivability of rather Zipping Yin here. And you did ask, how does this happen? How can we have so many fights that basically get denied just because of that ability? And we see Kawaii here doing the exact same thing as Sarai. We have seen so many Zipping Yins. I feel like the prediction is going to be we're going to have 2 Zipping games, we're going to have 2 Justina games, and we might potentially have a set of wildcard games at Foods. Here we go. Trying to confirm a little bit of damage here, but so far on the defensive, trying to get a little bit of space between him and everybody else. He does have a rebirth, so that's going to be room for error. That's not going to be too punishing, Asarai.
Not yet for him, at least. Man, this just from the get-go, just so much action happening already. Speaking of, again, seems like Fate is giving Foods a lot of opponents here to try to fight. XCK will be the first one. Look at the juggle damage coming in from Foods here. Everybody's just... Again, this is something I also wasn't able to point out, but it's kind of simple, but it's really fun to also talk about. It's just the movement of our players compared to the last time we've casted has just been just worlds apart. Just so much better. A couple of months, man. Anyways, I think XCQ, was taking down Foods. The juggle, the uppercuts, he is relentless. Just really chasing in for his second kill if he can get it. Hasn't really been damaged whatsoever. Kawaii now just trying to run away, create some space. Brings out the weapon. But where is Foods looking at? Is he able to chase down, or was Kawaii able to already escape that bit of sticky situation that he was at? And looks like it was able to. At the other side of the valley now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Shadow too, so pretty much everybody is just gonna play for the third circle here, basically. Now, the early fights have finally taken a bit of a lull, a bit of peacetime, and a bit of a grace period. But yeah, those Soul Jades, they definitely have to get stacked up. Here's Tanoshi, I believe was one of the first few frags and did find the first few frags of the game.
Yeah.
But here we go, Astar. So here's the problem with Justine, or not necessarily a problem with zipping in, but one of the strengths, right? If you can't TOD a zipping in, it's gonna be a big problem just because of her F1, which is absolutely insane.
Yeah.
You're actually
absolutely.
a Takeda enjoyer.
Let's see, there's a free-for-all here. Three-way freeway. Kin. Okay, never mind. I thought it was going to be like everybody's just going to commit to the fight, but again, rooftop battle is what we'll be seeing here. Kin, nice use of the F1. Backs away first. Someone's shooting him from far away. Again, just a little bit too hairy for the situation, so he just tries to, again, create that space. There's actually 4 players now in this particular area where Kin is playing. Seems like one has really chased him down for the challenge. What against the nunchucks? Is this Yoto versus Yoto? Anyways. Okay, good stabs on the ground. Still somebody uses the dagger. I love it. Okay, he follows up.
Really
the sequence
strong.
is absolutely fantabulous here, Raph, and there's no chance for Sid to get away. The other two have actually joined in onto the fray here, and Kin able to get a couple of armors back. One right behind him goes for the backstab. That's Teen Ranger. Uses the ability. Okay, uses the ultimate just to create, again, a little bit of that breathing space. My God, nobody has a chance to, like, have 2 seconds just to let me heal. Let me heal, man, if I can. Anyways, aromatherapy gives Tenoshi a little bit of fighting chance against a Tarka G from all things, I believe. Tree
I think that's a Takeda.
chasing. Is it? Okay.
Yes.
I take back.
Yeah, a Tarka G in this economy, no. Absolutely
In
not.
this economy?
If you want to play Tarka G, just play Justina. I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna keep saying that. But as you mentioned, there's really no chance to hear. But Tenoshi just with the white armor. I believe this is from an armor swap. But still, like you said, the aromatherapy gives zipping in such an amazing time when it comes to surviving. And Tenoshi has brought this into the modern age, bringing a gun to a sword fight. But the zoning has basically ended. Here's Catacol. Again, yet another veteran of the scene. Oh, we do actually see a Tarka G. Never mind.
Yeah.
We do see a time and place for our little own Firebrand Asterai. But maybe it's going to be short-lived again. Survivability may not be the greatest here. As you can see, there's already somebody on the prowl.
Catacol. So much speed. Well, looks like somebody watched the new Sonic movie.
I'm still going to
Go
say
on.
it though. Like, if you want to play Tarka, just play Justina. Just do it.
Anyways, Catacol having a difficult time actually even finding any bit of damage to his opponent here. Now finds a little bit of that sequence with the katana. Okay, that is it. Loving it. Off the ground combos.
Wow.
Oh my God! The charge from Tree. Catacol not really expecting, and he gets obliterated here, Raph. And Master Demo even has some time to just shop around. Ah, yes, I need to get my better Soul Jade. Give it to me.
Yeah, again, I feel like the offensive capabilities of a lot of our heroes here do get nullified so much by Zippinian, and we already have a Bane Breath here in Mahal. I'm not entirely sure where they got the Morris Blessing from, but it doesn't really matter at this point. What matters is everybody should stay the hell away from Mahal right now. She is going to absolutely decimate anybody that will come into close range. Again, especially with that dagger setup here, Asterai. Foods has a similar setup, but look at this. A clash potentially between these two, but Foods is uninterested in taking this fight. Maybe potentially finding an opening that he could abuse here, trying to go for a bit of a play using the verticality. But once again, they're just sizing each other up. There's only about 7 players left, but a Tree, trying to blend in with nature, does get knocked down. Hopefully for him, then get a follow-up on the side of Foods. There we go, we got the shield popped here, the aromatherapy. And this is gonna prompt Foods to just recuperate Asterai. Everybody's just around the corner. I believe everybody's in earshot now.
Yeah, but nobody really willing to commit too hard on these fights. Kawhi finds himself a bit of a situation here. Does have the musket, popping some shots as he just tries to create that space just for a teeny tiny bit here. You know, still respect players that keep a ranged weapon in hand because, you know what, it always is good to have that in your pocket. Is actually Master Demo, I think, is right across him here. And we only have 7 players remaining. As you mentioned, they're very much compact here and now, Raph. And okay, Master. I mean, it's not lethal damage, but I mean, it's kind of still annoying that you have to keep healing those kinds of shots if it connects. A tree, on the other hand, okay, finds a bit of space, but someone is chasing him here. Who's up for the challenge? It's Tanoshi. Let's see how well he can fight this one. Oh,
no.
That is just disgusting. Somebody following up with the flame breath. Ah, yes. And a tree. All right, chilling for a little bit as the rest of the fight ensues elsewhere, right across him.
Yeah, the Bane Breath, definitely a bit of a problem weapon here to deal with. That's why that thing is going to be in Amor's Blessing. Your Food's trying to use a wall climb just to maybe break some ankles here, and has done so successfully. However, we even see a wild Tanoshi appear. The shadow is getting smaller and smaller, Asari, so maybe their priority now is to get into a bit of a safe space if they can even find that type of reprieve. As Foods has been, well, I guess everybody has been the victim of a hit and run here. These 7 players have been pretty solid from the start. Our playing field has been pretty much reduced to half, but Foods, beautiful, beautiful roll on that tech catch there. Avoid certain death, and as you mentioned, this could potentially be where the ranged weaponry come in. But Foods, as long as he has that F off cooldown, it's gonna be so problematic as Tanoshi eats a big burst off of that katana.
Where's Tanoshi just coming from? He might have bit off a more than he can chew.
Ow.
Whatever happens, there's another one.
What's this?
It's not the Flame Breath, it's the Flame Bringer of Death! Oh my god, that was just so much third party coming in. Spirit Slash for a little bit of that space created, and Mahal is going in for the kill. He wants that second one onto Foods. No more resurrection, if you can believe it. And Foods is trying to run away. Too much heat in this situation. And he finds himself a little bit of a shade there on top of the ceiling of the building right beside a tree. Now in a fight. Never mind, just backs away, but...
Yeah.
Ah, yes, the third party loving it. And there you go. We're back. We're back with the fight.
Takeda does have Demon Soul available if he chooses to. I mean, again, it's not really going to alleviate too many of the problems here, as we also see aromatherapy. Again, for all the newer viewers out there, why is Zipping so strong? One is aromatherapy, and all that entails. Both F1 and F2 are fantastic. But of course, her ultimate is also really, really good, Asarai. You have a constant heal as long as you have enough rage, and if you get into low health, you get a free knockback and you restore a little bit of health. So if you get that and your F off cooldown, you're just going to be incredibly difficult and slippery as a target.
Now Kawhi wants to face and slay the dragon.
The shadow.
It
Well, he
seems
has
like
his
this
own
dragon.
too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's true. Maybe this is a fight of, you know, who's the real mythical beast in this situation. Everybody's just so near each other now. You know, I said like a couple of minutes ago, it was like 7 alive. It's now 6 alive. Everybody's just playing very, very passive as of the moment. They've racked up a couple of their of eliminations on their own end, and now we'll see how who ends this one. Probably just wait again for that circle to just get closer and closer. Obviously, Kawhi kind of just surveying the landscape by just going around at the edges, which I really do like. And Bananice, is that how you pronounce it?
Bananice. It's Bananice, yeah.
Okay, Bananice, yeah. It's just hiding in a bush. Actually, very proactive here. Just has been chasing down fights left and right and hasn't really taken the brunt of the damage. His playstyle actually really solid. Not sure if we've seen him use his demonic aid just yet, but at least it is up right now if he wants to really, really dig into to combat.
The thing about this combo too, dual blades and Takeda with the grab, is just so potent. It will definitely disable anybody who gets into a 1v1 with him. Now we look at Mahal, who's been pretty active, as you mentioned. We'll just have to get an additional set of weapons, but there's somebody around the corner. I think Mahal didn't notice. Oh, but there you go. Now there's 3 is a party, now 4 is a crowd, apparently, as everybody has decided to converge here. We are on Corruption 4, so that circle is only getting much more suffocating. Meanwhile, Foods just once again relegating all that energy to avoid unnecessary fights, Asarai. At this point in time, you can't really gather any more new resources, as most of the map has already been looted and basically salvaged of utility.
Does he have any? Okay, he still has more repair, so I actually can't tell if he has more to use, but yeah, he does. Anyways, you're absolutely right. Might not be the best of ideas to try to loot anything now. And Mahal is just being an absolute terror with that Flamebringer. Really just hurting with the AoE cone right in front of him. He's like, "Rah, fear me. I am death. Fear
Basically
my desolation."
I love how you had to complete that. It had to be done. But yeah, the Bane Breath. I love how, look at my masterful combos and this TOD off of the dagger with this Soul Jade, and then you have a Bane Breath. But look at my Flamethrower. As a Spirit Slash is gonna be expended here by Mahal, just to put a little bit of space between him and the rest of the rabble, as you see a bit of a brawl happening between a Zippin Yin. And I think that's a Takeda also. I think that's a tree chasing one of our Zipping Yin players. And do they go for the close combat, Aserai? Nope, they're still not interested in committing to a fight. Really waiting for that last circle for potentially the most optimal situation.
Yeah. I wonder where is the optimal situation to, again, use that demonic aid from a tree here. I feel like it's a little bit more cutthroat to try to utilize that, but he's not giving any quarter, and he just gets devoured. Both of them do. Mahal actually still survives with full everything here, Raph, and I was so excited to see what a tree had in store for us, and there was just absolutely nothing. Flamebringer versus Flamebringer here. Who will be the true Fire Lord of this situation? The Phoenix King, if they can be. Kin just, again, backs away smartly for now as 4 to remain. Getting heals for the moment. And again, it's the Zippin Yins that are surviving. Actually, I'm not sure if like all of these 4 remainings are Zippin Yins, or do we still have maybe a Yoto lurking in somewhere? But I think at least the 3 are, yeah, right now. Master Demo should still be one of these. And where's our last player? We've marked about 3 of them. Where's the 4th?
I think Banana Ice is still alive.
On the bush somewhere?
Yeah, there you go. Banana Ice is here, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay. No more bush rookies. He's a rooftop Ralph.
I guess? I'm not entirely sure where you get these terms, Aserai, but it's very hard to disagree with them considering the situation, and I feel like this is gonna be a full Zipping Yin Final 4, at least for this map. And I feel like when we do get to the breakdown, I feel like that's the biggest thing. It's just the survivability of Zipping Yin is just so incredibly abrasive to deal with. At this point, everybody's just really waiting for any situation that's going to be forced upon them. Especially knowing that there are 2 Bane Breaths on the field right now, I believe. And I feel like battling is such a generous word here when one of them has a Flamethrower. But look at this. Mahal, who was a terror on the Bane Breath, now empty, gets spooled up. Has to expend that Spirit Slash, the Sinister Blade, pardon me. Just to get a little bit of space, Asar, and that's a lot of rage. Still will retain half of it. I don't think he has enough breathing room to restore the armor and the health pool.
Looks like he still has, but they're not giving him any opportunity to do so. But again, this is why you like the Yoto, because again, that spinning slash does give her a little bit of space. So anybody that comes in close in that melee contact gets hit by the blade. Gives her, again, that time to get the heal in. But again, we're getting ourselves very, very close to this circle, just pinning them down bit by bit. I love the positioning here from Kawhi as he goes to the high ground and makes sure that the Flamebringer here will do as much damage as it possibly can. You know, I have the high ground Anakin. Anyways, Mahal, the only Yoto in this particular fight, and he is struggling to keep himself alive. He's being chased down. Nobody gives a damn about anybody else except for Mahal, who can't really find anything as of the moment. Banana Ice pushed back into the corruption. But again, it is just a game of cat and mouse for this particular player. Mahal is the only one who's really taking the pressure of this. Everybody looking for that, using the Ominous Blade. Get away from me, as he tries to create a little bit more breathing space, but he is just 1 away, and his mobility is absolutely insane. But how long can he keep this up? Master Demo finally finds someone else to try to bicker with, and that is going to be Kawhi. It's going to be difficult. The battle of the Zippin Yins, and they're zipping with the HPs. Tries to, again, back away just with that grappling hook. And Kawhi here climbs to the wall, but he just gets nom nom, find the corruption. The damage was just enough, and as you can say, it is an absolute pain to try to deal with. I do not believe that he was the one to get picked off first in this fatal four-way. In any case, Master Demo is still into the fray. That Ominous Blade looking much, much better if you can use it in this kind of close quarter situation. A Sinister Slash as well. They're getting pushed out. The damage is surreal here, Raph. And Master Demo doing the best that he can to use that Nunchuck for the combos. Huchak! Nunchuck! And that is going to be Master Demo taking this with all the fury of the Nunchuck and the Zip and Yin.
And there we go, folks. Why the nunchucks are so strong. Again, hit stun and no downtime whatsoever with the DPS. And Master Demo, an absolute masterclass. If you can't kill them, well, might as well just kind of zone them out, feed them to the corruption. As you've said, Asterai. But wow, what a beautiful showing for that map one. Again, we had a little bit of a lull in the game there, just in the middle part, which is pretty typical. But if that is telling of what we're going to have for the rest of the day, and that was such an exciting map to start off to.
Absolutely, like everything was just so frantic. It just really brightens up my day. So you can see my screen is also brightening up because the sun is out. But what an amazing first map to just be able to witness there, Raph. It was again so frenetic. No one really had any time to breathe whatsoever. And I think we go back to what we were talking about, just how much emphasis there is that if you can get the kills early and that rank 1, it is such a big thing. And again, one of our players that we were looking so much forward to performing here, Master Demo, how well has his confidence has been? Because I think that was one of the issues that he had. Maybe it's also the changes to the weapons or the addition of the newer heroes here. In any case, he looked like he was just so on point, and the Zip and Yin really creating so much recovery with very minimal time of just like, you know, standing, healing. Zip and Yin just does it all and gives him more chances to just keep fighting continuously.
Oh yeah, and well, as I mentioned, Asterai, the newest addition to the cast, so incredibly powerful. As you mentioned, Tenoshi and Pom Pom were using their first 2 lives just to really get at each other's throats. But Master Demo played it perfectly. I have to say, considering that he hasn't even left the nunchucks at all from the top to bottom, or rather from the start to finish, it's just a testament to how committed this man has been to the game. Again, a veteran of the scene, has been pretty much grinding it out and has been, I guess, enjoying the fruits of his discipline.
Man, how many hours has he gone into the lab just to optimize how he plays? Because I think he's one of the players that we saw just be able to space correctly, just, you know, that little bit of step back just so that he can dodge the follow-up hit of your opponent. It feels like it's a little bit more optimized compared to just outright either counter hitting or trying to parry. Of course, parrying does have its merits, but that little bit of space actually gives you more time to react, and we kind of saw him use that multiple times here. Now, somebody that I really wanted to also see exude excellence would have been Katakal, but unfortunately, as you can see in this replay, it was not meant to be. I'm not sure what particular weapon he has, but he wasn't doing as much damage as we were kind of hoping for. And you see here as he tries to go for the chase, that vertical slash just so strong from a tree. And speaking of which, a tree, just unfortunate that he just got just obliterated in that in the following sequences to be.
I feel like we're gonna have a hero switch for most of the players here. They're probably saving that zip-in for the final half, I would say. But at the same time, it's been working out so beautifully that maybe you could potentially lean into a head start. But I believe that what happened there, Asterai, was... So the katana in nature is always going to be a 50-50 weapon. And a tree just basically had the right guesses there. We didn't necessarily see a hard parry. But that doesn't take any lethality away from our players, nor does it from the katana, but the dual blades. Oh, there you go. I remember this. This is absolutely beautiful. Behold, my favorite weapon, the flamethrower.
Gotta love it. It's just so strong. Like, if you don't really care too much about being uber accurate, and again, you want that AoE damage, Flamebringer is probably the way to go, as is always. And we saw that be utilized by a lot of our players here. Not too much success on the bow, because I think it was, again, because of how just frenetic the matches have been, just everybody chasing for fights as soon as, you don't really get that much space to try to utilize the bow. Maybe we'll see that utilized more on trios, and this is what I was talking about with Tree. I thought he was going to be able to use that demonic aid just to create some space, push everybody back, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. And this was the demise of Kawaii that was just so awkward. Look at that. Master Demo just pushes him back into Corruption with a sliver, and then the Corruption dealt the final blow, which was just the biggest like WTH moment to to probably happen in this first game.
As I mentioned, just the hit stun and the knockback of the nunchucks are not a joke whatsoever, Asterai. Master Demo used it perfectly. And him snowballing onto this big map 1 victory, that's going to put him a bit high on the leaderboard. Again, him hitting that first rank, plus 7 kills. He took out nearly half the server too. So Master Demo, incredibly powerful.
I'm trying to multiply it now, excuse me. What is it again?
1.6.
That's 11.2 points plus 4. So if you round that down, that will be 15 points.
Yeah, 15.
Yeah. Yes, the power of the calculator, guys. Sorry, I'm not good with math. It's just my thing. But anyways, who you know who's good? It's Master Demo. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's exactly what we were trying to posture up here. But at the same time, we are yet to see everybody else really kind of step up to the plate here, because look at that, Asra. It is a big gap between Master Demo and Mahal here. Just from the placement points alone, and even in kill disparity, Master Demo much more active. We did see Mahal be on the offensive. I feel like really it's the last circle that bolstered Master Demo to get those last few frags.
Yeah.
But at the same time, again, with our analysis being, I would say, I guess we've encompassed most of game 1 already, and I feel like everybody's still kind of feeling each other out. But with, once again, Master Demo jumping to 11 points, it's going to be a bit difficult for bottom 8 here.
And you might kind of mention this again, right? How many will actually commit to going for the Zip and Yin this early? Honestly, I think that it's not that far off, because you just want to use, again, this kind of particular hero to make sure that you can last longer in the fights and potentially get more of a point boost, and just deal with what you got to deal with after that, right? After the fact. Any case, looking at the second half of our team, our players here, excuse me, Shizu, Paralyzed, Justina, XCK, T-Ranger, all just hitting that rock bottom. No kills, no placements, no whatevers. And this is really hurting their case already, because that is, again, disparity compared to Master Demo, 15.2. There is already a very huge hill to climb here for some of our players right now. And again, it's the top 2 of the solos that will get picked to get into the qualifiers or the tournament for the World Championships. Yeah, yes. The World Stage, excuse me. Thank you.
Absolutely. And again, I think it's only natural for us to put Master Demo. As we mentioned, we've seen him in many tournaments, including the Winter Cup of last year, and so on and so forth. So with arguably the most experience here, he is going to be on top. But I feel like Catacol and Shizu, maybe they'd had a bit of a slow start here, Asterai. Maybe they could potentially just bounce back again. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So it's not really necessarily the end of the world, folks. We still have about 5 maps.
Absolutely true. And that's why we, as you mentioned, have that amount of match. Actually, I do want to retract my statement real quick. It's the top 3 players for solos and the top 2 teams for trios. I made that mistake twice, so I do apologize for that, guys. So at least, for the solos here, we're looking at the top 3 to get into the World Championship later on this year. But you're absolutely right. There still is chance to recuperate some of the mistakes that has happened here. Maybe again it's the jitters, because you're really at the one of the biggest stage right now for NARAKA Bladepoint pro scene or tournament scene, and there is just so much on the line, as we keep saying to our viewers here, whether it's the access or the pass to go into the World Championship, the prize pool, as well as just overall bragging rights at who's the best players in Southeast Asia. There definitely is so much on the line right now for our tournament.
Aside from that, Astra, as you mentioned, the nerves, they do set in. Sometimes people take a little bit of a slow start. We've seen great turnarounds too, especially in this format. at the end of the day, we'll truly find out who's gonna get their hand raised. But for now, I believe we're gonna be jumping into Holoroth, so maybe we're gonna see a little bit less verticality. Although we did get a pretty conservative conservative area of Morus in that previous map. Maybe we're gonna have a little more exciting and maybe a little more vertical fights. We did see a bit of a cliff duel earlier. Didn't really stay in the air for too long. But aside from that, there are already a lot of good moments there. I feel like, oh, there you go, another item code. I feel like you guys should be very, very quick because that will disappear. If you're not gonna take it, I believe someone else is going to.
That's actually open
Maybe
for
we're
everybody.
Gonna do it.
Yeah.
Is
Dude,
it?
My client's open right now. Actually, maybe I can put it in. Maybe I can take it and join in on the festivities. But no, I don't want to be that guy. You guys on the viewers side can again just enjoy all of that as we are preparing for the second map. And Raph has mentioned it is going to be Holoroth here. Anything in particular that kind of strikes you with Holoroth, or nothing as much?
At the moment, I feel like the fights are definitely going to be quicker. I think Holoroth is smaller, barely smaller than Morris, if my memory serves me correctly. But at the same time, with that, with those sentiments about the map size, I mean, I feel like it's also going to be a bit of a product that since it's our second game, right, we might see less zipping in. So this could be a potential wildcard map where everybody's like, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, I'll take a bit of a gamble. I'll play something off meta, which is gonna make it interesting, of course.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much just speculation on our end, but either way, whatever heroes that they do utilize in this particular second game, it's still going to be incredibly interesting and exciting to watch, because you do see what kind of adjustments that they have to do. For example, they don't go for that Zeppelin hero. What is going to be the next best thing? Or because they don't have that quick access to the heals, the gimmies, are they going to be able to survive much longer? Or do they have a different strategy that will help them survive for much longer? We'll see how that kind of goes as we are still waiting for that second map. But we do see, again, the Yoto is actually looking not too bad. We also saw Tarka G, which wasn't off base.
I feel like that was...
There was that one or two players that used it,
yeah,
right?
one player played Tarka, yeah.
One.
I mean, yes, Tarka is fast. Tarka has the guard break, or rather a guard ability. So, you know, Tarka is pretty decent in the 1v1. I just really think if you can't get that from full, you know, that touch of death combo, or like I said, if you can't go from 0 to 100, it just becomes so difficult playing against Zipping Yin. It just becomes so difficult against even somebody like, as I've said, maybe even Wu Chen, right? Because Wu Chen does have that burst. Especially with the F1. Because I was about to say Justina again. Justina has plagued me for quite a bit now. Justina's plagued solos for a good minute. Again, just the ice in case, so powerful.
Again, all of these just guessworks on our end, as we're still hoping to see. Well, it could be also not too bad to see all the Zip and Yins be done for most of our players here. You know, just use the particular hero so that the next one we're just gonna see others. This just means that there's a different landscape of not blossoming aromatherapies every single fight that we see, what we deem. But here we are. Yeah, this is going to be the icy tundras of Holoroth. I actually have no idea where the word Holoroth comes from, but you know what? That's not the name, the main name of the game. As we continue the fight to ensue, Kawhi already right in front of us, struggling as there's two onlookers chasing him down. A tree is already in our spectator here, as we do see him try to redeem himself from that first game. Kawhi shows to us how quickly he can just get out. Man, he is just creating a lot of distance in between. Master Demo, winner from the last, now trying to frantically just try to run away. He has the common nunchucks here. I'm not sure how well that'll suit him, as there is already T-Ranger right behind Master Demo. Oh my goodness, he is creating some space here, knowing the landscape, able to go onto the top floor, nobody able to chase him down, and he has gone back up to full. Will he dip back into the fight, as his opponents are looking just a little bit more threatening with the weapons and armors that they do have, and already his armor has been shattered, has been broken, and again, he's trying to create some space here. There is the resurrect, so even if it does get taken down, it still is going to be fine for Master Demo. But again, he is just hoping that he can maybe squeeze in on that hectic little battle happening right outside. And Raph was mentioning that we might be looking at the Justinas, and we see one right now be played by T-Ranger, already using that ice core right in front of us, the safety, the shell of the frozen cone, just so that he can, again, give him space, give himself a little bit of breathing space. Here comes the chase, dual blades in hand. Foods feels like the better of the fighters here. And he proves it to us with a quick, swift combo with the katana. Now they have to back away as it's a three-way fight for the moment. Foods being victorious, but can't really rest on his laurels just for the moment here. He picks up basically everything, trying to be as defensive as can be, while also trying to make sure that he finds, or at least keeps mark of where, I believe that was Master Demo and the other straggler trying to look for the fight. And Foods, I think he just decides to get away and maybe start looting in. But as soon as he finds another player right in front of him, he goes for this chase. Is this actually the player that he took down initially and he was just waiting for him to respawn? Could be, because right now this one doesn't have any items on him.
I don't think so, Asar, because it does say that there are still 3 souls
it's a different
left.
one. Yeah, okay.
It's just completely different.
Yeah.
You
He gets a second kill.
You hate to see it sometimes. Completely unarmored, very, very early in the circle. At least the rebirth is still available, but at the same time, the loot pool has been fairly unforgiving for quite a few of these players, as Mahal pretty upset about getting that second place finish. At least in the first map, it's looking to rectify these mistakes. Cannot get the confirm on the down, unfortunately. That could potentially be enough, but a beautiful spool onto Kawhi here is going to give him the room. Oh, wow. What a very last second heal here. And it does look like Foods is off to a better start, as you mentioned. Did already get a few kills to his name. Yep. There's still 2 souls. Actually, now just 1 soul waiting for a shrine to be available.
Are they camping the shrine right now and seeing if they can just get, like,
I would
maybe
not be surprised.
Yeah, right? Because it's a viable strategy just to wait for somebody to respawn in, basically nothing to their name, and then, freebie kill. Anyways, Food's really, really on the warpath here, Raph. He is just, I don't know what's happening in the second game, but there is some bloodlust that I haven't seen from that first one, and he is just chasing them down like there is no tomorrow. I will not let you go. I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. You hear me? I will chase you down till I get more kills than what is needed to get that first place.
It's probably because there is no tomorrow for solos. So,
Wow, you're absolutely actually right.
No, yeah, I'm completely serious. It's the grand finals.
I know. I'm just laughing, but you're absolutely right. It's solos only today and then trios for tomorrow. Exactly.
In any case, as I mentioned, everybody's not going to be pulling any punches. Nobody can really rest on their laurels either. And like I said, just the Justina strength is here. Tries to go for the off time, but at the very last moment, Food still gets away. And again, there you go. Just the strength of having that Justina, just the disables and whatnot, will give so much time. Plus, this is gonna be yet another zipping yin game for Mahal. So this duel could potentially last a little longer if Foods gets that heal up. But nope, there you go. It looks like it's gonna be a disengage from both the parties. And it looks like they're gonna try and heal up, but Foods is not as fortunate. He does not have better armor, but look at this. Local resident Takeda Enjoyer Kawhi is here trying to get those combos down. But unfortunately for him, everybody escapes his wrath.
Wow, he is just not having any fun time connecting anything. Oh yeah, he got himself that repeater. Just start shooting it in. Pew, 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 pew. But not really big damage unless you can really take those shots in, unfortunately.
Yeah. The repeaters don't really shine as much on solos. I feel like the cannon is a bit of a better option. Naturally, the pistol is going to be fantastic because it's used as a finisher. But look at this. There's a bit of a mosh pit happening over there, Asarai, as Kawhi is going to still try to find a kill here. I don't think he should overcommit. He only has white armor, does get tagged by the spool. The armor advantage could be taken advantage here, both literally and figuratively. But so far, Kawhi's doing a fairly decent job of staying in the fight. Foods.
Oh, he activated the Demonic Aid too. So he's really committed to at least getting this one. And I think as Foods just notices that, he just backs away, burns the ultimate first, and maybe will retreat or return when Kawhi doesn't have any much more resources to actually fight with.
Oh, yeah. And now it looks like everybody's going to disperse. I believe we just entered Shadow 2. So this is going to be the beginning of the more, I would say, innocuous and monotonous part of the map. But it does look like Sid King and XCKK, they want to make at least a better run here, Asrai. I think this is a Morris. I think Tree is getting a free upgrade here for his troubles. But everybody has not stopped fighting just yet. Again, if you didn't have a good map 1 start, I think everybody is actually trying to get back on track here. But a Temok is actually on the field. Very, very surprising. And I feel like that's going to be an off-meta pick. Sorry, some people say he's fairly underrated. I feel like he's better off in trios.
Yeah.
But if Sid King could get on this mounted crossbow and maybe land a few pot shots, instead goes into the heat of battle, going into a Rise. And we actually have a Valdeki too. What a big surprise here. Beautiful ult to catch 2, but cannot confirm the final hit on one of them. Sid King is suffering the consequences though, as he's trying to dash out of here.
I think almost everybody's just still really good for fights, right? As long as you have certain AoEs that can give you... Yeah, exactly. AoEs that can give you space created. It's still a fairly decent hero. So even though we give Zip and Yin, you know, a lot of love with how we talk about her, there still is that... Oh, you know, we see the Temulches, we see the Valdequis still get so much value because of those threatening ultimates that they do have. The Zephyr Prison as well as that Tidal Wave. In any case, wow, that's actually pretty fast. We're already down to 8 players remaining once again, but this is where it gets incredibly tense because players will not just willy-nilly force fights here, but hold on. Tree? Okay, Ominous Blade?
Ominous Blade?
Kapow! Oh, this is going to miss. All of it is just going to miss. But it does give, again, Sid in here a bit of time to just back away. But Tree is chasing him. He really wants to go for the skill. Look at how aggressive they are. Up in the air. Wave him like you just don't care. And it seems like Tree just don't give a absolute care to Sid in space created with the Ominous Blade. He is chasing him down once again as far as it can. Nice little use of the block or of the grapple. He still has the Demonic Aid. They're in very close territory here. And Sidon, can he actually back away? One more shot, one more slash, and there he gets it. Beautifully done by Tree. Anybody third party? Looks like no. And he actually immediately upgrades into his armor. Or, yeah, he's good.
I don't think we've seen Demo yet, right?
Yeah.
So I think Demo may have been executed early.
Yeah.
That might be a little unfortunate, but Tenoshi this time around, who's had a lot of scuffles in the first map, has found a little bit more success here, Asarai. And I may have mixed up my maps earlier. I may have said that Holoroth is slightly smaller. I feel like what I tried to say there was Holoroth is a little more open when it comes to all those open spaces. When it comes to the basic terrain of the map, what I'm interested in is, well, we're going to see it tomorrow, right? How teams are going to adapt to such open rotations, a lot more dangerous, a lot more potency in the range weapons, and Banana Ice completely understands this. Using the bow to just be a bit of a sniper here, and even getting a few Soul Jades for his trouble.
He's using a Matari too. I think this is the first time he's used it on the second game, so just something to point out there. But again, Matari, incredibly good at just being as the escapist. Okay, now you check our statement. Master Demo is actually still here. And he's actually opted to go for the dual blades here, Raf. Huh. Over the nunchucks. Maybe he wasn't able to get the better rarity on the nunchucks. That's why you're seeing him only with the blue dual blades. In any case, definitely a lot more opponents have much better loot for this possible next outcome. We have 9 alive, so there was at least that one player that was able to resurrect. I'm not entirely sure who it was. Kawhi, Desio.
Our foes are upon us.
There we go. We have a little bit of a fight here again happening. Tree back into our spectacles here. He's really giving us a showcase of fights, and I think it's both of the Yushans just fighting here. Demonic Aid's activated. Excuse me, Takeda's.
Yeah, Yushan
they
was
actually-
due when the last time we casted a big grand final, but as you mentioned, the Takedas are gonna get out at Aserai. So far, they have to pop their ults just to have a little more survivability. And like I mentioned, at this point in time, everybody's just gonna go vie for a little bit of position. This Shadow's not really gonna be a bit of a bother. Not until somebody gets a Bane Breath. And Mahal has had so much emphasis on having the blessing control here. Is gonna have an easier time in the late game just because of that pickup.
And it feels like we're getting into much tighter space for the next couple of circles here. So that the Flamebringer is going to be looking really spicy up and when that point comes. Kawhi, okay, watcha! All right, hits it back. Get away from me. Create some space. I'm going to sweep your legs. If you're not careful.
Well,
Just
it does
backs
look
away
like
down
they're
to the
not
high ground.
interested. Yeah, not interested in committing at all. But I
Yeah.
think this is still the Takeda duel. It is. They haven't really let go of each other, apparently. Uh-oh.
No ultimates for the other one. Kawhi's gonna have to just run for dear life as the Demonic 8 is just too much of a damn near presence. But Tree, Tree is really redeeming himself here. Kawhi just now trying to escape running, as he can't really do too much. Well, he did actually have his own Demonic Aid that actually pushed Tree back, but it wasn't really meant to be. Tenoshi finds a kill off cam, and he's looking pretty stacked right as of this moment, and he's nearing again his Demonic Aid, so he is looking really good in terms of resources and weaponry altogether.
Absolutely. But the spread of the game still is continuing. We see a few pot shots here and there from a Tree from behind. I believe a Tree is also yet another Takeda player. I think they're still checking and hanging around this Morris Blessing, which has already been ransacked by Mahal, who has already vacated the area here. Tenoshi taking a little bit of chip damage here. Hopefully not getting impaired by one of the soul jades that's available for the bow, which can be, I believe it's called the crippling shot that will slow you on hit. Now going back to Mahal here, does not have the greatest condition on the pistol. I believe he might have been disarmed earlier. So his close quarters proficiency and lethality is going to take a big hit here, Aserai. I wonder where his melee weapon is.
We'll probably see in a bit. To be honest, having a little bit of difficulty
Our foes are upon
trying to
us.
figure out what the weapon is because of the look that we have on our side, on our own end. Anyways, yes, there he is. Temulch. Temulch.
I think both are fine. I think
Okay.
Temulch's getting wailed on right now.
He
but-
can make mulch of his opponents, right?
Absolutely.
Alright.
If he gets the right combo, a bit tankier
He is
because of the
not-
F1 here. Pop the ultimate here, as well as the demonic aid on both ends, or rather ultimates on both ends. XCKK is trying to get a little bit of an advantage here, Aserai, but so far can't really get a dime on Tenoshi here despite having superior armor. Doesn't look
Well.
like Tenoshi's troubles aren't over though.
He's fine. He's able to just escape again. Made a bit of leeway. I gotta say, I think Tenoshi and Master Demo are the ones that have one of the best mobility overall, with how they just, traverse around the landscape of these past two games. And speaking of Master Demo, he's actually in a 1v1 against Tree, who's really pinning him to the wall here as quickly as he can. Has to use the aromatherapy to at least breathe a little bit, because he was getting suffocated inside that room. Both of them just crouching, just bowing in respect. No, I'm kidding. They're healing up. Anyways, Bane Breath is bursting. Much damage. Gotta have to respect in about 10 seconds. They have to find some cover here. The Master Demo just denies any respite of a challenge back there as he just leaves Tree in the dust. But, oh, okay, now I see Tree. He's actually chasing Master Demo down in XCKK. Just waiting for a bit of that contact. Without that prison, without that Zephyr prison, I don't know how much Temulch can really do in solos up against other opponents, right? When, again, they're What? He's got 2v1. That is just minced meat. Tanoshi and Master Demo. Will they face head on 1 versus 1 mano y mano? Not gonna happen. I really would have wanted to see that, but it's not gonna transpire just yet. They're repeating crossbow being just thrown out the shots. Tanoshi showing that, you know, Flame is stronger than wood, and he is pinning him to the corner, but Tanoshi is actually getting slashed, uses the F1 and the combo. My god, how much damage was that? Master Demo finally comes in for the sprint. He's chasing it in, going for the combos. No time to use that demonic aid, and he knows he's in deep trouble. Has to run away here. Tanoshi, no quarter given, and Master Demo, one more, but the demonic aid for the safety, for the save on Tanoshi. He just had to delay as much as he can, and he did, but does he have enough HP and mobility to get away?
Oh, he gets shot.
From the other side? Was that Mahal that took away the kill? You third party, and now Master Demo's pissed. He wants to get that trade right here and right now.
It does look the case, but with Mahal running double range here, it doesn't seem that he has a fighting chance. Once again, this could be the perfect time to maybe put a weapon on him. And look at that, the last minute chuck. Resistance here and swap, but there you go, he pops the ult. This is gonna give so much trouble to Demo now. And maybe, just maybe, Demo's gonna decommit from this fight. Both of them have nunchucks. It does look like Mahal win the initial exchange, win the second one. Demo could fall. Oh, but a beautiful parry here. He gets the verticals here. What's for breakfast? Oki is avoided by Mahal. Oh my goodness, Asterai. Demo is struggling to stay alive here. But once again, the nature of zipping, just keeping him alive. Will have to pop the heals here. And Mahal, he smells blood in the water. This delicate balance between them has definitely shifted in his favor.
Oh, someone else.
Who was this? XEKK providing a bit of a distraction for Demo to recover. And Mahal, unprepared for this assault. Maybe, just maybe a few more hits could have changed the tides of battle here, Asar. But where is our fourth player? Actually, we've seen 3 of them. But there you go, the Matari. I think this is Banana Ice. Trying to play vertical, but once again, a slippery, invisible target is on the field.
Master Demo able to recuperate his losses in terms of HP and shield. He's looking much better here, Raph, and is keeping a safe, fair distance against the rest of his opponents, just using the pistol to just prod and poke, looking for maybe an opening here to finally find more kills here on out. But Mahal's combos, oh, he got the alley-oop! Master Demo's gonna have to run away. He doesn't have his ultimate just yet, so he'll have to at least find some space and try to get the heal. But this is terrible for him. He has to hold his ground, loving the use on mid-air for the aromatherapy, but he's back into the corruption, has to get back into safety. Oh, and he's devouring him. This, okay, there it is. I was wondering where the Temulch Zephyr Prison will come out, and XCK creates a space. This is actually good for both players because Master Demo is using this as sort of cover so that he can start at least healing back in.
Ow.
But as he gets booped up, yeah, he's outside, and now he's getting chased here by Mahal. He has the opportunity to heal, but no one is giving him any quarter. I love it. Goes up the wall, tries to go for the dash, but it's not going to happen. And that is all is that from Master Demo. Mr. Stark, I'm not feeling too good as he disappears into the void. XCKK still alive. Had to use his ultimate there just to give him, again, a bit of safety, a bit of reprieve to get that heals back up, but he is good still here fighting. The Matari, as you mentioned, I think he used his ultimate as well, so a lot of these players left the top 3 and actually have used a big chunk of their resources, and this could actually be into the favor of Mahal since, again, he's the zipping in this 3-way fight.
I'm not entirely sure, Asterais. This corruption is going to chip away at everybody, but as you mentioned, with only 3 players left and everyone else gone, reduced to atoms, this is becoming much more tense. There's still a lot of free estate and a lot of space to cover. We see XCKK rocking that high ground here. I believe he has a Bane Breath in his hands too. But Mahal is looking to get just a little bit of extra time for himself, get those heals and those shields back up to full. As they're sizing each other up, they're zoning each other out. Pistol's about to run out of ammo here, but XCKK ready to maybe potentially take this. He doesn't have Zephyr Prison. I was checking his ultimates here. I remember he just used it to zone out Demo. So this is going to give, as you mentioned, a big edge for Zipping player. So far, they're not interested in fighting Mahal at all. They're waiting for the circle Aserai. Who is gonna get knocked out here? XEKK, I thought he was saving that for the final few seconds, but instead, potentially a premature pop. Might get knocked out where Banana Ice. Banana Ice does get the OTG, but that's all he gets. Gets slashed from behind, and now we finally have a Zephyr Prison. As long as he can edgeguard this properly, he might just have a chance to live. Tries to check out the F here.
No.
But gets caught mid-air by Mahal. Mahal is absolutely on a rampage here, Aserai. He was second, but Banana Ice finds an area of vulnerability, a window of opportunity, try to capitalize on it. But once again, the zipping in, so difficult to kill. Even has maximum rage for an ult charge.
Yeah, absolutely. Can use that saving grace just to be an even more difficult combatant to fight here for Banana Ice. The Matari at the 1v1 for the final, for the crown here of game number 2. Good combos all together, using that dagger. Who says the dagger isn't that good anymore? It's Banana Ice proving us wrong. Well, maybe it was always good to begin with. But anyways, he's the one that's been using it the most. Everybody else is doing the nunchucks. Banana Ice here gets whacked a little bit, but he is using the uppercuts to really good spacing, able to keep putting Mahal into the air and maybe possibility exposed for a combo. And Mahal is just throwing out as many whips that he can with the nunchucks. That zone is so small here, Raph. Had to use the saving grace. There it is. Has to go for the TP. And he is going to try to frantically combo him into oblivion. One more could be it. He's trying to run away, but it's not going to matter. Banana Nice is Banana good, Banana great. And he's going to be the one to take game number 1, or game number 2, here and now. Woo.
Wow, Banana is really playing for the long game there, Aserai. We talked about the potency of one of our picks here, which is Matari, a classic, a favorite, showing the new school that the old school can still definitely rock.
Oh, I'm just breathless with what happened in that second game. Every single encounter that we see is just pure excitement, energy surging. My gosh. So fun to just watch and cast all of that. I mean, it sounds like I'm talking like this is the end of it. No, we still have 4 more games to go.
4 more maps.
4 more maps indeed. And man, you don't really expect that to happen. But yeah, just looking back into it, hero-wise, it seems like some of the players, as you mentioned, are starting to save up maybe the zipping in for more of a rainy day. But some of them trying to use that as efficiently as he can at the start, like we saw with Master Demo using both Zip and Yins, as well as Mahal also using both Zip and Yins for these 2 games. Anyways, a quick little highlight reel for you guys for that second game. And I gotta say, another player that has really been such a fun player to watch, but also kind of sad to see him like just have one mistake and it turns up on his head, has got to be Tree. We saw in one of the deaths that he experienced there.
I feel like that's also so telling of the character that he's playing, which has been Takeda. Takeda has excellent offensive capabilities, but with only the demonic aid really as a get out of jail for free card, it just takes too long to have a sustained presence on the battlefield when it comes to playing safe. But at the same time, Aserai, he did do quite a bit of work, and as you mentioned, it was really just one mistake that took him out of the game. A lot more presence with Takeda, and even a little bit of a Valdeki love. And I like this chase. Again, I think Sid King thought he was free here, but a Tree, he sees all apparently.
Yeah. I mean, trees can go tall, and he went just super high vertical-wise. And look at this. Just able to use the demonic aid at such close quarters, and then Sid was like, yeah, Sid King was like, I messed up. That wasn't what's supposed to happen.
I actually think Mahal is gonna be number 1, unless Demo got a high frag game. Because I think Mahal was second in the first map, and again, very consistent, getting yet another second place finish here in our second map. So those points definitely add up as long as you are never falling out of the top 3. I think it was really smart that they focused Demo first, just because of the massive head start on Moros, which we will return to very shortly, by the way.
True. No breaks in between action to continue to keep rolling on here, Raph. Another player that was really so exciting to watch as is this one, this particular player right here. Tenoshi has just been so fun to just see how he kind of gets into these fights. Like, look at that combo. So disgusting. F1 into the demonic aid and then a follow-up slash just to finish things through. What was kind of just unfortunate here was he got chased hard by Master Demo, because Master Demo plays like that. Such an opportunist. Whenever he finds a fight, he looks for the primo moment just to go in for that chase. I think, no, this wasn't Master Demo's kill. This was just
that was unfortunate.
Third party from Mahal, I believe.
But as I mentioned, right, Mahal has been so consistent. I feel like he's been the player that's taken so much initiative to control the Morris Blessing. We see the Bane Breath on him most of the time. And aside from that, just the space control. I love the surprise pick by XCKK. Actually bolstering his rank. I believe he's in the top 5 now. Definitely not in the bottom 8 anymore.
Yeah.
So, again, it's a bit of a big explosion on points on both sides here. Again, wow, Demo getting hit by that crouching attack, the uppercut. I thought this was super nerve-wracking when there was just a bit of elevation here that Mahal just could not conquer. Again, just a few seconds of, I would say, an erroneous string cost him the dub. But at the same time, him being second place in two maps in a row, I don't think his placement at the moment is going to be too bad.
Definitely not. I mean, it's still... here we go. So, all right, Master Demo got... No, this is just for the second game, so we haven't really tallied everything yet. Tenoshi, 14.1, really respectable points overall. That was huge with 9 kills. Yep, this guy really looking... terrifying with what he has shown to us with the Takeda. Mahal also really strong, able to steal a couple of kills away from Master Demo, as we saw there. Badanice, 2 kills only. I think he was saving up his what he can really do with the Matari up until the very last possible moment. But again, because we merit more kills and everything with the multipliers, it didn't really result in the biggest of points, but still respectable at 7.2. And Master Demo, like you mentioned, unfortunately only got 2 kills, 4.5 points in total. A tree with 3.6, XCKK 3.5, Catechal 3.3. Even though I don't think we saw Catechal too much in that second game, he was able to really at least still keep himself afloat, being at that rank 7 for game number 2, and then Food, so on and so forth. But still, solid performance output from these particular players.
Yeah, it's not really looking good for a bottom 8. But again, we're just entering our last map of the first half of the day. But at the same time, I'm a little worried already, Asrai, because we just had a big point explosion here on the side of Tenoshi. And now we have a bit of a fall from everybody else. Pom Pom, who we had a lot of camera time on, dueling with our current number 1, at least for this map. Just could not find his footing here. I would say the same thing about Foods. I thought Foods had a greater start than his previous performance, but just could not keep that retention in. Just really could not keep the steam going, per se.
Shizu also, I think, was getting a lot of love in the chat a while ago. Unfortunately, still at 0 here for game number 2. And Sid King, 1.7. And we saw how his demise was with that fight against a tree. Really, everybody just struggling here at the bottom 8 of ours. We'll see if, you know, a comeback to Morris Isle will give them another fresh perspective here. We're already at the halfway point now, Raph, looking at game number 3. And again, lines are being drawn, but my goodness, did not expect it was this cutthroat. Everybody just fighting tooth and nail. But I mean, it's you know, it's the biggest tournament for NARAKA Bladepoint, so why not go as hard as you can? But man, this is just a whole different level of competitiveness and ferocity that we're seeing from our competitors right here and right now.
As you mentioned, it is a shot at getting to the global stage, so everybody is just really pulling no punches whatsoever. I feel like our top 3 is still not solidified. I really still think Mahal is in the running just because of the consistency. But I feel like once we hit the point of no return in map number 4, I believe, then we're gonna have a solid top 8. I'm trying to do the math here to see where all the points go, but I feel like maybe we're getting a little too excited and a little too big for our boots here.
Yeah.
We're probably just gonna hang back a little bit, relax, just to see, and of course Tenoshi with that big 9 bomb. Again, people might be, oh, but it's only 9 kills. Yeah, there's 16 players. That's a lot.
He's wiped
That is
out
a lot,
more than
guys.
half of
Yeah.
the server.
Absolutely. And to think that these are the best players of Southeast Asia, guys, that is no
Yeah.
joke. Not at all.
It's probably taking like what? If I do like quick maths here, that's like about give or take like 60-70% of the server all went into the hands of Tenoshi. Anyways, I'm not sure if we're gonna showcase the overall accumulated points, but at least we did see what we saw for game number 2, and man, the excitement, the electricity just keeps continuing. It's a current flow, and man, this flow is just again, as I mentioned, just keeps on continuing. It's so fun to see how ecstatic these players are, and there's no lack of willingness to try to do something of to just get above the other person. So we really do see again these guys just fighting as much as they can to get up to that level. And now with this kind of heavy competition, this is where we really see who gets to shine the brightest. And even though we do see Bad and Ice get that game number 2 win, you do have to talk about once more Tenoshi, who was, even in game 1, was actually quite menacing, to say at the least. So he's looking to be very consistent, always looking for fights, almost always winning those fights, and it's always been, it feels like third parties that has brought him down. But now that he doesn't have the Takeda, I believe he's used Takeda twice for game 1 and game 2.
Yeah.
What else does he have in store for us in terms of the hero picks? Because if you guys weren't able to see the start of the stream, we talked about how in solos there's only a maximum of 2 heroes that you can only use 1 hero twice. So in this 6 games, the other 4 games will have to be a different pick for Tenoshi and even Master Demo and the rest of the players here. Yes. Yeah.
I feel like Banana Ice, I think Banana Ice is probably the best name in the game right now. I think it's the absolute S tier of names in our participant list.
Names, okay.
But
okay.
Obviously Tenoshi, right? You talked about him using both of his Takeda picks. I feel like his comfort pick has finally been sidelined, but that also opens up him having the most luxury when it comes to our Zip and Yin picks, our Justina picks. I think we already saw a few Justinas earlier, which again, we saw the value of that ice, rather her F1. That is just so difficult to deal with. We saw a little bit of a Valdaki action. As I mentioned, there's a lot of variety already, but just to put the microscope back on Tenoshi, who's been excellent with the dueling, of course, having 9 kills, but also an excellent opportunist. There were a few kills, as you mentioned, was him just swooping in to get the last few hits. I feel like Matari's still on the table for that for that use case. Again, it's still incredibly slippery. I feel like we might actually see a little bit of a Viper Ning question mark. I feel like that character has lost a lot of love in the solos, but it is what it is, I suppose. As we are heading into our last map of the half, guys. Again, the half. We still have 3 more after this one.
It sounds like we're over already, but not really.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
Like this,
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say Justina Gucci in trouble here. Okay.
What about Justina Gucci? Not actually the Justina Gu though. Huh, interesting.
Okay. I don't know if this Gucci got a gang, but Justina not really in the healthiest of positions here. Gonna have to try to just run away. But look at how just absolutely relentless his opponent is, chasing him down as far as he can. But Justina finally finds a bit of reprieve here. On the other side, we have Mahal, one of the top dogs in this entire solos tournament. And already in I think it was a 3-4 way actually here, as Catacal back into our scopes. Blue Catacal backs away. Tree gets the kill on Pom Pom, and Tree again just continues the reign of terror that he's been doing in the mid stages of each and every game that we've casted so far.
That's right. But now we have to take a look at Kawhi, who's gonna start farming whoever decides to use that soul shrine. But at the moment, the souls are still kind of chilling here. I think we saw somebody finally get eliminated, and it's actually Shizu finding Foom after him getting third-partied here. But look at Tenoshi, again, trying to continue the momentum that he gathered for himself. Beautiful stuff here with the chucks, and will actually get paralyzed.
Sorry.
Ah, dear me, Asar. I think that's 3 maps in a row where Paralyzed just could not find a break. I believe he still has 1 more soul, so it's gonna be fine just for another moment.
Yeah.
But like I said, you kind of want to get as much advantages as you can get, especially with the stakes at hand.
Kawhi not even gonna touch on that, just backing away. A tree here. Who's he going up against? Actually, he went now for the Val de Qui. Really no love for the Zip and Yin, but a tree. Well, you know what? His playstyle delves around. I'll be super aggressive, so Val de Qui feels like a more better character in that regard. Anyways, he's up against the Matari. Soaks the opponent. Just lifts him up. Sets it down. But it's not really threatening enough that he'll be able to turn the tides. No pun intended for the moment. But again, gives him some time to get that res, or excuse me, not res, but the shields in. And he goes back in for the fight. Chases it down. Goes under the sea. But you know what? This is the better Little Mermaid here, not the one that Disney is making with that remake. Let's go.
Oh dear me. And obviously you're gonna play your Valdeki once you have the summer Valdeki outfit, Asarai. Of course, it's a given, you know. And I feel like Valdeki still has a lot of CC, especially with all the variants of her F ability. I just feel like at the same time, actually no, I do have a bit of a bias for Valdeki. Valdeki is the best, you know. Valdeki main, by the way. But it does look like there's a bit of a scuffle here. Who is going to be the victor here? Beautiful bind, just to consider, rather, not consider giving Pom Pom any bit of mercy. Pom Pom also not having a good start, Asrai. Catacol gets absolutely annihilated, and that's his first life already removed from the game. Now Mahal looks to find that stride again, just to get that consistency.
Holy.
Wait. What did Mahal play in the first map? Wasn't it also a Zip and Yin? Oh no.
Wait.
Oh wait, no, didn't he play Takeda in the last? No, he was Zip and Yin in map 2.
Wasn't he? Or did he use Justina? Now I'm confused. Alright, we'll double check.
Using Justina.
Okay, then sucks, because if this is the 3rd time that you use a hero, again, guys, you get no points whatsoever. And if you forget that, that's a big no-no. Speaking of not repeating your hero for a 3rd time, Master Demo's actually gone for the Takeda here. But Tenoshi, I just puts him down to the ground. It's like, I'm better, dude. I'm just built different.
And that's gonna be Demo getting eliminated. A far cry from the map 1 performance.
Ah, there you go. It's Yotohime for
so
Mahal.
Yotohime.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right. See, the production is super good that they actually keep us in check. It's like, oh, these casters don't know what they're talking about. We better help them before, you know.
My memory just failed me once, okay, Asarai.
Okay, thank you, production. Love you. All right, we're good. Back into the game.
Back into the game. I feel like it's because map 1 had the most, like, Zip and Yin, you know. At this point, it's like, who didn't play Zip and Yin? So it's a little confusing, but Banana is also on the Giga Chad Valdeki. Let's do it. Anywho, we have to put our focus back on Sid King on this Zip and Yin, as I mentioned. And so far, they've been using quite a few of the vertical tricks here, Asarai. Again, we are about to enter the more monotonous side of things, but before that, wow, a tree has really put his roots into this game.
Yeah, he's gotten 3 kills already.
3rd kill. Yeah.
Wow, we have the same thought? That's amazing. That was Shizu that he got, he knocked.
Oh, dear me. Shizu again, not having the greatest of starts. I think Catacol recovered a little. No, Catacol got knocked out too in this game. So Kawaii Desuyo is still enjoying his time going into the beautiful fields of Morris. As Tenoshi might have something to say about this. Gets a first shot. Actually, I think 2 people are landing pot shots on Kawaii here. And Mahal is also trying to close the distance here. Kawaii Des Still trying to use as many spools as he can. Hopefully he has enough of a supply, but a tree now surrounding a Justina player here. Gets the Oki. Can he get the confirm of the double lights? No! Gets parried. The greatsword gets removed. Does have a dagger in hand. Oh dear. But that's all going to be guaranteed. One more mix-up for the tree to survive. Gets disarmed too. And that's all she wrote for that first life. So a tree. Not really in too much trouble here, Asterai.
Yeah, what a sequence from a tree's opponent there. Just not giving him any quarter, because that Valdequi already had the ultimate to be able to use, but unfortunately not given any time, not given any space to actually use the what's it called again? Yeah, Nether Nightmare. Anyways, as you mentioned, a tree still does have a rebirth, so he'll be fine to just recuperate. But the thing is, he'll be basically in the nude for this one. He'll have to at least get more items moving forward into it. XCKK up into a fight. Lucy up against. That's going to be Catacol. And look who brings the Flamebringer to the table.
Don't tell me it's Mahal again. I bet it's Mahal again. Like I said, right? Mahal's more like Morris Blessing Control has been fantastic. He's been making it his life's mission to just really be the first to get there. Banana Ice, our other Valde player here, having a great time. Just kind of maybe restocking up. But I have to say, Aster, maybe somebody has to put a stop to Mahal. I mean, at this point, everybody should have an idea of what he's trying to do. He's always trying to get separation after the early fights. And once he gets that distance, he starts hunting for those blessings, especially at such a great time, right? Where usually ring 2 and 3, where people try to vie for inner ring position. But Tenoshi, on the offensive, it's like, you know what? I am tired of your Bane Breath. Come here and fight. But Mahal has other ideas. Has been employing the use of the ranged weapons much more than the other players, I have to say.
Look at how he just does not want to fight Tenoshi, knowing that it's Tenoshi now. It's like, yeah, no, not gonna happen this time. Banana Ice, explodes on Sid King here. And Sid King now in dangerous territory, super low, tries to fight him as he gets spooled in, slaps the door, tries to just frantically lose his Encaptor, his chaser, and he is creating some nasty amount of space here. I'm loving the movement from Sid King. And is his opponent lost? Has Sid King given himself that free space now? Looks like he has, but is it enough? Oh, he's making a lot of noise. He knows where he is. He's only gotten up to the shields. His HP is still dangerously low here, Raph. And Sid King is playing a ring around the Rosie. Can you find me, you Posey? And he actually retaliates onto Banana Ice, who is now getting poked the hell out with his spears. Seems like Sid has turned the tables, and he just engulfs him, and he is down for the count. Sid King, what a masterful play of cat and mouse. If you've seen Tom and Jerry, you do know that Jerry can win.
I love that. I love that Scalar Rush ambush. That was genius. Very cheeky play there. Something that we do not see quite often on the grander stage, but I feel like should be employed a little bit more. As Tenoshi, I still think trying to recuperate. I believe that was the last rebirth available as we are entering the third circle here at Tree. So trying to continue this rampage. As you mentioned, he also does not have a spare life anymore, so maybe a little more careful, but it doesn't seem to deter him at all, Asterai. He has a dagger in hand and all the confidence in the world to back him up, but now he is being chased by yet another player and now looking for a little bit of loot. So far, nothing for him. XCKK could potentially make a bit of a sandwich of Tree, but he's found a little bit of safety here in his bubble. But I think this is Mahal. Every time it's a ranged weapon, I really think it's Mahal.
It's everywhere, right? Mahal is all around us.
That's true.
Oh, it is. You're absolutely right. Anyways, Kawaii Desyo now tries to invoke the fight here against Mahal, but it's not going to happen, at least for now. And I think the chat is actually called up on it. Master Demo has actually been knocked out in this third game quite quickly, so we won't be seeing him moving forward. Oh, they just got taken a bath in the room. take a shower right now. There's the Baldequee with the Nether Nightmare. Everybody tries to capitalize on those that were CC'd. Mahal just took a bit of a brunt of that and just tries to again escape, run away, create space. And that was such an awkward fight. Paralyze is still here, so let's see if Paralyze can do something much better and redeem himself from those past 2 games that he wasn't really exploding as much. Chases it down. Grab immunity on this Justina.
Oh dear.
He's trying to run away. Can he chase? Oh, I don't think he can actually. Oh, no. Cancels the grapple, but opponent has already created so much distance between them, so Paralyze just decides to go elsewhere, as there was another third party here that was just going to join in on them. I believe that was Foods. Or excuse me, Tanoshi. And Tanoshi gets Shizu. And that's going to be that for Shizu. I believe that was the second time Shizu got just knocked off, and Tanoshi's just enjoying the fruits of his labor. Here, where Foods really is,
oh my
is where
goodness.
3 people are fighting in.
They're gonna have a bit of a mosh pit here in this house. Oh my goodness. Food's not catching a bit of a break. Looks like everybody's kind of hungry, wants to snack on a few more kills, as Foods is gonna have a little bit of time to recover from whatever chaos that was ensuing in that tiny room, Asterai. But with this, everybody has now found a little bit of footing. Now we are finally getting into a little bit of the hectic part of the map, and Mahal is once again, it was him that was pelting that poor old soul. But it's viable. At least we have ow. Sid King has been absolutely annihilating with the spear. Must have found a fantastic Soul Jade. Hasn't let this go, but Mahal has a little bit of a moveset of his own too, forcing the shield, the aromatherapy to pop out. Now Mahal maybe looking for a different angle of attack here, Asterai. He does have quite a few sets of nunchucks here.
Oh, nice.
Even a dagger to his name. But everybody is dispersed into the shadows of the night.
Now he's just trying to get ahead of the pack here and see maybe if he can see any rotators that he can deal with. Anyways, here we are, Sid King. Is this his time to continue to shine, or is it Foods that will just stop him from making anything happen anymore? Mid-air follows up. Beautiful stuff from Foods here. Thankfully, it's the zip-in, so Sid King can always just heal back up. But Foods, given no quarter. The long blade, long slash does get the job done. And here is Mahal joining in onto the fray, but maybe a little bit too late. Has to escape. Foods knows that he is victorious, but also, again, has to respect the damage coming in from that corruption. And already, they're just on out of there. But Foods, what a terror with the long blade. You don't see that too often, at least in this particular day. But when it happens, it is just so good to see.
Absolutely. Again, Foods had a fantastic start in the last map. Now, finally getting that heat retention that he needs. And might we see a little bit of malice at the palace here if people decide to converge in this area of the map? But Tanoshi, shopping a little bit, does have the gold katana here, so the damage is definitely gonna be in his end. Not entirely sure if he's having a bit of a kill streak game, much like the last one, but he is a little more tankier now. He has 30% more health and a little bit more armor from all the Soul Jades and the things that he's collected so far. Now, Kawhi trying to get the high ground here. It does look like Tanoshi has the strongest weapon of the ancient times. The Bane Breath does get hit by that vertical by Foods. So Foods, I don't think this matchup is very beneficial to Masarai, especially at this range. Foods is still suffering the burn, and what a reflect by Tanoshi here. Beautiful read. This is going to be the cue for him to rush him down. But now Foods didn't get the guaranteed uppercut off of that? Question mark? But Tanoshi, once again, aha! My nunchucks have turned into a flamethrower, apparently. Foods. He didn't get the timing on the heal either, so he's gonna get chased down here. But one parry could change that all. Tanoshi getting hit by the guaranteed stuff now. What's for breakfast? Does he get caught by the tech catch? No, absolutely not. Has to pop that aromatherapy. But Tanoshi reaggresses, doesn't go for the heal. He still knows he has a bit of an HP advantage. And Tanoshi gets Foods. I jinxed you, Foods. I'm sorry. I was just about to say that his run was so much better this time around.
All right, I'll be honest, I don't know how well the sequence that you can do with the combos on the long blade is, but there was that bit of sequence that felt like Foods was hoping that he can get more hits in with his long blade and just hope that he can get Tenoshi in on that, because that was the only, I think, opportune moment that he had to maybe win that fight. And when he didn't get that, that was Tenoshi's 1v1 to actually lose. And you saw how Tenoshi was just so knowledgeable that he just knew that that was his game to win, or his 1v1 to win anyways. Man, Foods was so good up until that point, and as you mentioned, just absolute monstrous reads from Tenoshi, able to reflect back the range slash and everything else. And speaking of Tenoshi, he's not done, Raph. His reign of terror still continues, for I am fire, I am death. He is just bringing in the pain with this Flamebringer and the nunchuck combination. What an absolutely oppressing player to say is, because if they try to just, you know, get out of the range of that nunchucks, he just brings out the Flamebringer and I'm like, I'm gonna keep stabbing you. I'm gonna keep slapping you. Anyways, Kawhi finds an opening here and is actually going through the parries of Tenoshi. Has to go for an escape strategy with the aromatherapy, but of course Kawhi's not gonna let him away. Chases it down. Paralyzed joins in onto the fight, and Tenoshi, does he have enough escape in him to be able to at least create some space? We're now down to the 4 and the 3 right now. The 2 right now is actually chasing Tenoshi very hardly. Mahal joins in, and he's gotten the attention of Paralyzed. No, Paralyzed is just dead set on really chasing down Tenoshi, but because of how quickly Tenoshi moves around at the edges of this safe zone of ours, he's already back up to full.
Tenoshi's fairly tanky too, so this could be a bit of a problem. But look at Paralyze. Again, his best placement so far, looking to chunk all of his opponents down here. So this could come down into a bit of a zoning fight, but that circle is going to get closer, or rather smaller and smaller, but Kawhi does get hit by an inhibiting shot here. One of the more annoying Soul Jades that the bow has. But Mahal, once again, the consistency, Asarai still managing to get into that top 3. He has been the only player to be in the same top 3 in the last 3 maps. But Tenoshi, if he gets a big explosion here... now they're ganging up on Kawhi here. The question is, who's gonna get the last hit? Kawhi's not allowing it, but he's burning! Oh, and it's Tenoshi yet again. Tenoshi, I think this is his 6th kill so far. Now it's down to a 1v1v1. But look at how dangerous where they're dueling is at the cliffside. Could this be a little more cinematic? Apparently not. The Bane Breath is gonna edge guard so well though. Now Tenoshi, he does have a lot of heals available, but right now he's just trying to get a little bit of space between him and the rest of the rabble. But so far, I don't think he can rest on his laurels just yet, Asarai, because these two have their eyes set on Tenoshi.
My God, I want to see Tenoshi's mouse after this entire tournament, because it feels like he's put it up to work, man. That mouse has gotten so much work done and then some, right? In any case, again, Paralyzed is just having so much difficulty chasing Tenoshi, who, for lack of a better term, it feels like he's lathered his whole body with butter and is just slipping through the hands of both of these chasers, and is just able to, again, reset himself, get himself back up to full. Mahal, I think one of our favorite players in terms of how he just uses the range weaponry here. As he mentioned, has that split shot with the bow, and Tenoshi again just rains terror with that Flamebringer. Paralyzed, now caught in the center of all of these 2 top-tier players here. Can he survive? Can he rise above beyond? Okay, that is just unfair. He's getting ganged up on. Paralyzed, no. Escape, brother. He's getting mauled by the Flame Breath. Has to use the demonic aid, and now he's trying to just get off of me, pushed him back, and just hopefully stop all of this ganging up onto Paralyzed, because he is just not really having a good time to hopefully get that heal. Thankfully, because of that demonic aid, it does give him some regeneration. But again, okay, it's good. But now he does not have any ultimate, and both of the Zip and Yins here, Tenoshi and Mahal, should have both of their saving grace still up and running for a rainy day.
The shadows.
Oh man, I feel like that's just one of the reasons why Mahal and Tenoshi don't want to get into each other's grills. They know that fight is going to last forever. At least, at the very least, they want to have a focus on each other. Maybe making Paralyze a bit of a prime target. But if Paralyze gets a good grab, then that could be game over for any of these players. But look at that. A bit of a rush here from the side of Mahal. Shredding the armor of Tenoshi, no matter how tanky he is. And now Tenoshi is the softest target on the battlefield. But Mahal using this as a chance to reload all of his weapons. Tenoshi still trying to fight for his life, is now getting pelted. How fickle is the loyalty of any of these players? And Paralyzed, he wants a bit of that action too. He now has a Bane Breath in hand. Still trying to avoid the spool rush here. Still dancing around this forever shrinking ring, Asarai. And so far, nobody has found a bit of a clear edge here. In fact, it's Tenoshi that's suffering just a little bit. Still gets stacked up by that bow. So no more nimble movements, just at least temporarily.
I gotta say, this tree is the tree of life, dude. It is giving them at least time to use that spool and get up high into the mid-airs. Anyways, as you mentioned, fickle is the loyalty of these players as they're just trying to backstab each other once they have that opportune moment. I mean, it's still solos. Of course they're gonna do that. They want to get that number one spot right here and now. The charge in, okay, from the high ground. Loving it from Paralyze. Not afraid to try to get something done, get something in. Mahal is in the prime spot here. He has his ultimate up. Paralyze is trying to slowly creep back up to that demonic A, which will definitely be a real big help for him. But now the combo ensues. They're following up on him, and Paralyze is dangerously low, has to back away. But you know what? Who's even lower? That is going to be Tenoshi, and Mahal knows this. Tries to go for the chase. Will hit the bow shot because both players, except for Mahal, are now just easy pickings if ever. Paralyze is again nearing his demonic aid. If he can get that back up again, he can actually have himself a really strong a really strong fight here to go, as this circle is just encapsulating into the Tree of Life. This will soon turn into the Tree of Death, as both, or rather all of these players are still trying to survive. Paralyzed has no more heals. He's already propped up the ultimate. Tenoshi comes in, actually still back up to full. Little bit more space of reprieve. He is just using the burn, trying to get back into the safety of it. And is Tenoshi going to survive this? Is he the one who turns the table? Great parry coming in from Mahal. And Tenoshi, Mahal, Tenoshi, it's Tenoshi! Mahal got the parry, but Tenoshi still got the win.
Goodness. The moment I saw Tenoshi pop that saving grace and that F1, I knew it. I knew it was over. My goodness, Tenoshi, that's 2 back-to-back. So the first half of the day ends in such a high note, Asarai. But Mahal still the most consistent player. I'm not entirely sure who's on top now, because Tenoshi had that big explosion in map 2. Now in map 3, getting some decent mileage out of that pick of his. But again, Mahal still yet another second place finish. We'll do the numbers in a bit, but wow, what a way to end. I love that tree section. It got so hectic, and I feel like with Zipping Yin, I feel like it gets super excited. I know the fights do get dragged on for forever, but it just becomes a beautiful war and attrition.
My head's kind of hurting. That was such an insane...
You're a little lightheaded.
Yeah, because I was just like, who's gonna get this last one? Genuinely, that was just such a nail-biter, dude, because, again, there was the parry, but as you mentioned, I didn't even notice that he used the saving grace because I was just so focused on what the follow-up from Mahal was. But, man, that final saving grace, as you mentioned it, was just such, well, again, to its name, saving grace for Tenoshi. My goodness. I was actually also rooting for Paralyze there because he just did not have the best of games for the past couple of past 2 ones. But he was just doing much, much better here. And you saw how he was able to utilize that demonic aid to really full fruition, even though Tenoshi actually was the one that wiped him very early on like this one.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm glad Valdaki got quite a bit of love here. I feel like Valdaki is still as lethal in the last circle. As long as you can get that center of the stage control. But at the same time, her skirmishing power is just ridiculous at this point now. Yeah. And what does it mean, Asar, to have all that offense when it's just denied by, I don't know, a bunch of heals, you know? I feel so bad for Kurumi players. It's like, yeah, you're the only heal. Oh, wait a minute, who is this? And I feel like Zipping Ying is going to take over the 3v3 meta. She's just so impossible to kill, even on solos. And like I said, the third map, I'm glad that it turned out that way. It's been super exciting. I believe our top 2 is now solidified, but every time I say that, it changes.
The shadow will shortly begin to spread.
I gotta catch my breath here a little bit. Oh, this one was also fantastic to have watched with Sid King just playing Catch Me If You Can against Bananais, and then Bananais was just sniped from that mid-range distance. Yeah, he got like the win on game number 2 as well, so I was kind of hoping that he would get a better result coming into game number 3, but everybody here is playing it to win it, excuse me.
Ooh.
But this one too, I believe this is Tree. No, it was Foods, excuse me. I got this chase down on Sid King. That mid-air slash was as a thing of beauty. Like, again, every single game that we've seen, it feels like it just keeps getting better and better.
Yeah, like we said, right, the longsword is still a great weapon in itself, but in this situation, it's just not a good matchup to try and size up the Bane Breath, especially when the chucks were just so effective for Tenoshi, using it as a bit of a gap close tool and using it to finish off Foods.
Oh, man.
Tenoshi's just so aggressive to Acer. The moment he knows that he even has a slight advantage on you, he is gonna pounce.
Yeah, he's such a monster, to be honest. Like, I don't know how Tenoshi's brain works, but he just reads the situation so well. Look at that. Like, Foods was just like, I'm gonna parry right in front of you, and Tenoshi just waits. He knows about the shenanigans that was about to ensue, and just slaps him and like, yeah, no, it isn't. That ain't gonna happen.
It really isn't. Oh dear. But this is now becoming far more worrying for our latter half of players. Acer, I feel like the point gap has just widened so much. I feel like if Mahal can just be top 2 all day long, then that's pretty much a guaranteed spot for him. Because so far we haven't really had a consistent 3rd place nor a consistent 1st. Probably Tenoshi being the most consistent one so far, having back-to-back.
True.
But aside from that, as long as he keeps this train going, it's gonna be a wild ride to the world stage.
And as you mentioned, we're just halfway there, so we still have games 4, 5, and 6 to look forward to. Speaking of game number 4, we are still going to continue with Morus Isle. Holoroth, excuse me, will be game number 5. Let me just double check that. Yeah, game number 5. Yep.
Yeah. So
Exactly.
wow, 6 kills on Tenoshi. That's gonna be 6 times. You know, I'm not gonna do the math. We're gonna see the leaderboard in a bit, but I believe that's around 8 points or something, 9 points. He did finish first, so yeah, that's around 1.6. So yeah, maybe around 9 points.
True
In
enough.
any case, I feel like this is gonna be the last time we're gonna see most of the players pick Zip and Yin. I feel like the allowance has already ended, so maybe we're gonna see a little more Yotohime, maybe see a little more Valdeki. Some players have already started that trend. Maybe a little more Justina, maybe a bit of Wu Chen. We haven't seen Wu Chen at all.
True.
We haven't seen Monk at all too. I guess this Transformers comp's just really not
It's
all that beneficial for what do you call this, solos.
Solos, yeah. Tianhai does get more love on trios for sure because, of course, the reset to the HP, and it's a big body that blocks range attack. So you can use it to, if you have like a down teammate, your other teammate picks up the downed one, and then Tianhai just absorbs all the shots and just backs away, right? But anyways, yeah, I think. Oh. There it is. Tenoshi, 13.6. Foods, 8.5. Shizu, who we didn't really see again at all from game 1 and game 2. I think it was 0 for both of those. 6.2, really rallying it back here for game number 3. Mahal with 6.2 as well. A Tree, 4.1. Master Demo with 2.2. Sid King, 2.4. Paralyzed at 2. So, yeah, lines being drawn here, Raph. Tenoshi, as you mentioned, very consistent. Foods also looking incredibly good. A Tree as well, I gotta say, even though it's only 4.1, a Tree has been consistently just showing up in at least top 6. Master Demo struggling after that first game of his. Now onto the second half. Ooh, Katakao with a little bit of point, just a tiny bit of a point bump. Pumpal 0, Justina 0, Bananais. Oh, how the mighty have fallen from top 1 from game number 2 to 0 right now coming into game number 3. This is not looking too good, at least for Bananais.
Not just Bananais here. We have a lot of our players still kind of struggling. But in any case, Acer, that is going to be the first half of the day pretty much completed. And I feel like We already have the power picks, the players that are looking to lead the charge into the global stage. And with that being said, I'm still very interested on how the player shuffle is going to work. So far, there's a few characters that we haven't seen at all. Yue Shan is one of them. As I mentioned, we've already seen a Tarka G, which I thought would have not been possible. But hey, it's been an interesting day so far.
It has really been, and honestly, it could also be a pocket strat for some of these guys. Because you can imagine if everybody knows that, again, you can't really take it out of context. But anyways, actually, we can take it out of context first, because we're going to go on a break, take a bit of a breather. When we come back, it continues with game 4, then 5, then 6. Then we'll see who wins solos.
Numbers.
Numbers, indeed. World Championship for NARAKA Bladepoint for Southeast Asia qualifiers will continue after a short breather. So guys, don't go anywhere. Thanks, guys, for waiting, and we're back after that quick break for the NARAKA Bladepoint World Championship 2022 for the Southeast Asia qualifier. My name is Asarai, with me now is Raph, and again, we'll be your casters for the rest of this day as we try to figure out who's going to be the top 3 for the Solos Grand Finals happening right now.
That's right. And again, guys, I hope you've grabbed a bunch of snacks, because from this point onwards, it is just going to be straight NARAKA action. And right now, Asarai, aside from that, we are also wondering what our players in the bottom 8 can do, what adjustments they can make. And of course, there's an item code down there, guys. So please be very quick. Otherwise, me and Asarai are going to take it. I'm kidding. Someone else is going to take it. It's probably not us. But as I mentioned, right, we're just wondering how the rest of the players can recuperate and can reinvigorate themselves, Asarai, especially those who had a fairly quiet first half. Meanwhile, we have players like Master Dima, who took the first map, and of course Tenoshi getting those big back-to-backs, as well as Mahal being super consistent all throughout.
Yeah, I can't forget about Foods and a tree, to a certain point for a tree at least, because they've been consistently just winning a bunch of these fights, and at least, you know, not looking with Tenoshi, have also racked up a respectable amount body count in terms of eliminations. So at least these are your top 4, if not you know, a couple of players to definitely watch out for. Speaking of Master Demo, again, it seems like he, as of now, I know he has a couple of supporters in the chat, but he is definitely struggling with the past 2 games that we've seen him. After game number 1, it seems like his shining bright star has kind of diminished significantly afterwards. So what happens now that we come back from that break? Is it enough that he has maybe got himself a different plan to come into this fight? We did see him use the Zip and Yins at the very start already. He's already switched up to the Takeda with very varying level of success. He did win some fights, but he got knocked out very early, even after he revived and everything. Anyways, this is beautiful. We have the overall standings after 3 games. So now we'll see who really is on the tippy top of the leaderboards. Both blue players from Catacol and Shizu equally at 6.2 points with 9 to 10. At the bottom of the barrel, though, Justina and T-Ranger, 0 points. Pump Palm with 1. And then everybody else just kind of, again, just somewhere in the bottom of the barrel here, scraping by.
Oh man, he said it again. It's been very, very difficult for these sets of players. I believe both blue players still have a pretty reasonable chance of maybe potentially climbing that mountain. However, with the points that our top 3 have amassed, oh man, it's definitely going to be a challenge. Not impossible, but a challenge. A pop-off needed definitely in our latter half, Aserai. I think Catacol and Shizu, maybe underperforming, I would say. Because again, these are names that we're pretty familiar with already. But that's not to say that they didn't have their shining moments. SEKK as well, who's in our 11th spot right now, did have a few flashes of brilliance in our last few maps. But now we have to take a gander at the top of the mountain, the Zenith. We have Tenoshi. As I mentioned, getting those big 2 Ws will absolutely bolster him there. And to nobody's surprise, Mahal, the most consistent, is still in 2nd place. Master Demo, despite floundering a little bit in the last map, still a very solid 7-point gap between him and Foods. So this top 3, heavily contested. This top 2, even more so.
Yeah, absolutely. But I will also like to reiterate that we did see, some players, if they got the top 1, usually they rack up about an average of 14 to 16 points. So that 11 or 7-point differential between Foods and Master Demo, not really the biggest here, Raph. So he really, as you were saying, before the break, has really to not rest on his laurels and try to get a little bit higher, because everything is still up in the air. At least with Mahal and Master Demo, can't really be thinking about, we're already safe, so we can play a little bit more passive now, or a little bit less caliber. Of course, they're not going to do that, but you know what I'm talking about. The pressure really is on for Master Demo and Mahal if they really want to keep their placements here, because Foods, a tree, and I gotta say, even at the number 8, Sid King has been looking really good, at least from what we saw in our point of perspective. Now the schedule of the maps is being shown to us. Map number 4 will once again be Moros Isles. Holoroth will be, the last Holoroth of the day will be map number 5, and then to end things up will be another Moros Isles for map number 6. You'll probably see the overall standings after map number 6, so be sure to at least screenshot the points that we had a while ago if you did, and kind of keep tabs for us. I did not, because that's... yeah. I mean,
it's like, yes, guys, do these things that we did not do.
So we don't have to do it.
Like, oh my god, that is an actual good call.
Yeah.
And I completely forgot it. Completely slipped my mind. I was like, more of this. But in any case, guys, again, do as Aserai has said, not as he has done.
He does, yes.
Yeah, but it's been a fantastic playthrough, as we mentioned in our first exchange of the day. Now getting into our second half, I believe we're just waiting for our players to get ready. Aserai, do you have any expectations? Do you have any players in mind that could turn up the heat? Me personally, I think the players that haven't really brought out the Zipping Yin might use that as a bit of a trump card now that the playing field is going to be sorely lacking of our newest healer. Maybe a little more variety. Well, at least we saw a little bit of Tian Hai today, our monk, in our transition screens. Not in game just yet, unfortunately, as he is a big slow moving target. But I honestly thought that the Bell would be fantastic in solos, But in any case, we're still waiting on what might happen.
But I will say, with the quick charging of ultimates now, him having his metamorphosis, his transformation, I don't think is as the Titan Skull. I don't think is as
effective.
It's as effective, yeah, right? In solos, at least. I mean, you have that hulking behemoth, but if you can't grab anybody, even if you can, it feels like it's not as threatening compared to, like, again, the safety of the Saving Grace, the Nether Nightmare from the Valakui, if you use that, so on and so forth. In any case, though, we probably will see him a lot more on trios. But I do like the fact that you pointed out, you know, that some of the players here at least do have some set plans pre-game with what they can pick in terms of the heroes. So that is definitely something to also kind of take note of. Anyways, all right. So we were wondering what's going to be the other heroes to come into play here, and we saw Matari a while ago from Bananice, and now XEKK also using it of the same regard. Does have the dagger, so maybe an optimal fighting combo here. Stabs the opponent to the ground, TP's back up as his opponent retaliates. XEKK really showing to us some nice moves here, but is it going to be enough? Oh, that nunchuck just slaps him silly. Good uppercut, follow up, and he is a wascally wabbit that strikes from the rabbit hole, dipping in and out, and XEKK gets the first blood of the match.
Yeah, those dual blades, once again, the DPS is pretty crazy. The only problem is you are fairly stationary when you do it. Now we see a bit of greatsword action here, but Paralyze putting the palm maybe into a more close-fisted position here as Pom Pom not catching a break, trying to go for the mix. Not even the aromatherapy is going to save him. Now, Mino Acadical also on that Yotohime Asar. So now we have something a little more tuned to the offensive side. It does look like they might just disperse away from the hot zone as of the moment. It does look like Master Demo gets the grab, doesn't get the confirm on the combo because there was hit stun from the bow from behind him. So Demo will have to wait for his cooldowns to get a little bit more value. So Acadical will get away fairly scot-free.
That's true. It's like two of them are actually chasing down Master Demo. Is it because they know he's Master Demo and they wanted to throw him as quickly as can because they know that he's number 3 right now? Anyways, we'll figure that out later on because Foods is in a fight once again. One of the players that we're actually expecting to perform much better in this other later 3 games that we still have remaining up against Kawaii Desio, who has been struggling in some of the fights here. Does give himself some leeway, freezes his opponent, gets the heal back up. The parry not actually getting any kind of parry itself, but doesn't matter. Food still finds the win, as well as just steals away all of the nice little items that Kawaii did have. XEKK back to this guy with the dagger and the Matari. Okay. Now we're showing the overview of the map there just to show where the next part of that zone will be. Oh, I just love how he just, you know, dodges, then goes for the uppercut. What a sickening dip and dodge. Dip in and dip out, excuse me, for XEKK here. Good damage, and I think it's the same opponent from before. Oh, no, it's different. It's Foom this time. Anyways, is Foom up to the task, though? It seems like he is very low.
It was Foom earlier.
Trying to charge in. Oh, it is? Oh, no. That's the second time, so that means that Foom is out.
That's right, so a little bit of sustenance because of that Soul Jade here, but now we go back onto Foods, one of our better starters, as he tries to engage with Bananice, and Bananice getting cornered, who did get that final blow. It's actually Sid King, so a little bit worse for where is Foods and not even getting anything out of his hard work, other than a bit more salt to the wounds, as he has to back out. Doesn't have the greatest pool of heals, I believe. In any case, he's forced to use it, but Sid King has been getting opened up and being wailed on by Master Demo here. Foods could potentially third-party this Aserai as the rotations are slowly coming in, slowly chipping in, but Sid King gets a big hit from that bow as Foods looks for a better angle of attack here. You see that aromatherapy getting popped, but Foods still not getting the final blows that he needs to get himself up on the scoreboard, as Master Demo's also here on the scramble.
Oh, he got stopped up. The uppercut, Shoryuken. And Foods here needs to recover just a teeny tiny bit, but Master Demo set in his sights against Sid King. And it's not really a bad idea because Sid King, I think, is one of those up-and-coming threats, at least in this particular grand finals of ours. He hasn't healed up, I believe. And there it is. Oh, Sid King actually was able to win the fight against Foods. So Foods back to the drawing board. 0 to, well, hero to 0 at this point. And Master Demo just decides to not pursue the other combatant that was still alive in that particular area. Tanoshi here, leader of the board. Now we'll see the Master in action as it's Justina Gucci. Justina, definitely not the Gucci of the pack. really been struggling. Had to use the Sinister Slash just to create a bit of space here as he heals up, but his heals looking a little bit down dirty there. Still in the red. Tenoshi giving no quarter, no escape. You cannot run away from me. But since he doesn't have the nunchucks, is he going to be good on that one? Paralyzed steals the kill from right under the nose of Tenoshi, and now he's actually charging right in.
What
It's
a parry.
Tenoshi versus Paralyzed. Great parry overall, but here comes Tenoshi with the Fury. He's like, you can't do that to me. I'm, again, the Alpha Wolf, the Apex Predator, and Tenoshi obliterates Paralyzed. Get back to the start of the line because I'm going to go to the finish of it.
Absolutely. As we have Master Demo here, he will get that full repair on. I think he's on the Takeda now, so he is, once again, a little more oriented and a little bit tuned to the more offensive side of things, Asarai. And now we see a little bit of a meta shift here. Now it's Demo trying to get that Morris Blessing, but of course, who is there first? It's Mahal. And we see a tree still on that Valda key, trying to snip away at Catacl's health, but Catacle will find a little bit of an avenue of safety for an exit. Tree just not really too interested in going into that death trap potentially, as there is a blessing on its way down. And Kawhi is actually here. I don't think Tree knows that there is somebody right above the roof. In any case, he does get topped up already, Asarai. KK could be his next target. Kawhi Deska misses that free hit. And this is going to be a bit of a scramble towards a blessing.
Everybody's going to be looking for that great little upgrades if they can. Kawhi's like, I'm on the... Oh, wow, that's so dirty! He's popping shots with the grenade. And is it really pushing out a tree at least? Or was he able to already get the stuff that he wanted to? Not entirely sure. Anyways, Kawhi, again, pursues his target here. And a tree is getting slapped silly by two players. Able to create some safety gap here just so that he can start healing back up, recovering some of that lost shield of his. Finds Kawhi right in his face, tries to hit something with the long blade, but not able to do so. If that was a good connection, that might have been something. Here comes the combo. Oh, yes, that is lovely. Burn him to a crisp if you can. Loving the charge of that vertical slash, but unfortunately it was just not enough damage to get the kill that he was kind of hoping for, especially now that there's like two other players joining in onto the fight. That's XEKK. Who else is actually joining here? It's Catacle as well. The tree will have to deal with at least one of these, and it's going to be Catacle first, who does get the initial hits, has to deal with another Nightmare, and here he is, bringing them up just to pull them down, but that is not enough damage that a tree was at least trying to hone for, and it's not going to happen, and a tree, oh no. Oh, this is bad. He just was not in a place of power, in a place of goodwill. And he'll be back to at least get that rebirth first. But the effort just downed from a tree there. Shizu, though, back into our perspective. And now we also have Mahal right here in front of us.
Mahal on that Takeda as well. Takeda very, very popular here. Misses the Demonic 8 Slash here, but of course, Mahal and the Bane Breath, name a more iconic duo. We'll try to use this spear to get a little bit of distance, but Demo already marching forward as he sees the opening. And that is Mahal removed from the game. By far his most surprising exit. But of course, it's at the hand of Demo, who is so happy and so eager to take that second place spot. With a point being tossed up in the air right now. We still have 11 players left alive. I believe there's no more rebirth. Actually, no, there's still possible rebirths here. But so far, nobody has been knocked out. And now we see Kawhi on that ice encase. Foods getting that knockdown, getting the confirms. One more Oki, what's for breakfast? Get the grab up. But Kawhi just unfortunately could not reposition in time. But there's a third party on Catacle here. Foods is going to get knocked down a few notches as he's going to try and survive this encounter. He does have a spear in hand, trying to get that scale rush out of here. He does find a little bit of corner of safety as his pursuers have seemed to have lost interest.
No, he actually doubles back, and XEKK was the one to spot him. Oh, this is so bad. Foods thought he was being a bit clever with how he's been just, well, dodging again the vision of his opponents, but it wasn't as cleanly as he wanted to do so. In any case, as you mentioned, using that spear for just a little bit of help with creating that distance. Corruption is here. XEKK, woo! Loving that movement from Foods there. And XCKK is just, yeah, I'm out of here. But Catechal, excuse me. Now on the fight once again. XCKK might have actually found a different opponent that he was not hoping for. And he'll have to deal with this. Tries to go for the wall dash. Comes in. But Foods is already healed back up. And he's ready to go for the fight. Catechal delays just a little bit with that Sinister Slash. I'm not sure if he has the ultimate. We can't see it from the UI. Maybe it'll fix itself later on. But at least we can maybe ascertain that he does have his... Yeah, there it is. Missile Blade. Get away from me.
Oh!
But it's not
shot.
really safe. You can always just dodge it. If you don't get hit by it, you have an opportunity just to pursue and get the kill. XCKK trying to hit some shots with the pistol, but not as successful as he was kind of hoping for. Slapped away by Foods, and this is dangerous for XCKK. We haven't really seen any margin that he's able to fight these upper tier players in terms of 1v1 combat, and you can see right now that Foods is just manhandling him. Goes in for the combo, no touch of death here, drops it. Another player comes into play that could be Master Demo, actually. Now with the Flamebringer, everything in his hands, goes for the OTG. Oh, just in the nick of time, gets away, but Master Demo is really, really quick to catch onto where his opponent was, and now he's looking at Foods for that 1 versus 1 to follow up.
That's unfortunate. XCKK tried to prep the Scale Rush, but Demo was just a little too quick. Again, the Bane Breath has been, well, as the name says, bringer of the Banes, but no boons have been found on the side of whoever is Tanoshi wailing on. As I say that, Sid King does get a bit of reprise, a little bit of a recover here. Nearly gets hit by the Ice Blink, but Sid King maybe will be potentially decrowned. Here's Tanoshi! Of course. Beautiful, beautiful moves here. Beautiful timing on that. Encase does even get the full armor regen. As I mentioned, no more rebirths this time around. It is the 3rd round, Asarai, as Master Demo really, really scrapping for those points and brawling as hard as he can. Foods could be in the receiving end of this one too.
Oh, great parry just to knock down Master Demo, who has activated the ultimate. Actually, both of them have used up the Saving Grace and that Demonic Aid. Master Demo, a little bit awkward with how he chased because of the cliff that was, I think, just blocking him when he tried to chase down with the grapple. But in any case, this is both ultimates exuded, and they are in another position where there's 2 more fighters actually coming up in on them. And speaking of which, is that Tanoshi or XCKK? I'm not really entirely sure if... Actually, no, I don't think that's XCKK. That might have been Tanoshi. Anyways, Master Demo here just... Again, smartly backs away. He can take a bit of a breather right now because he knows he has such really strong items that he doesn't really have to frantically try to chase anything other than, and his heals is actually still pretty on point. Paralyze going for the more passive approach for now that we have only 8 remaining. It's not a bad idea. But if you're looking to get into that top 3, something with what Foods, Mahal, Tanoshi, and Master Demo are doing, you really have to kind of follow the same path because, again, every point definitely matters for that multiplier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's exactly what they've been needing to doing. Now Banana is going for that same approach of him being a little more passive, but Foods and Tanoshi still going at this. I believe Demo's not too far away as well, as Shizu is right behind them. There is a Morris Blessing right there around the corner. So if they have the luxury of taking that, might as well go ahead. There is a lot of competition in the area, and everybody's just kind of being a vulture as of the moment. Tanoshi does get hit by the Scale Rush combo. Oh, beautiful recover here. Foods and Tanoshi locking blades, but Foods still recovering a little bit of that stamina. Has enough for a dash out. Oh my god. Will ultimately be felled by the very oppressive DPS of the dual blades Asarai. Shizu could be the next victim here too. Tanoshi landing a great uppercut, but no follow-up here. Shizu getting pelted from somewhere else, I believe. And again, they're still really wrestling control over this Morris Blessing.
Tanoshi doesn't have the armor that he's hoping for. Shizu does have purple, while Tanoshi only have that blue. So I'm not sure if he can get the upgrade that he needs, especially now that we're just down to the final 7. This is not the optimal loadout that he's kind of hoping for. So Tanoshi, even though he's such a fantastic player, the room for error, as well as the room for him to just get slapped on by everybody, is
really, really high right now. Sid King trying to time perfectly as he escapes the ice. And they know that if they can take down Tenoshi, and now, woo! Tenoshi just actively zipping, teleporting away from the fight. My goodness. Really, really good stuff, at least from the Justina that he is using. Quick dashes, XCKK. Now smelling a little bit of blood in the water, but I think he lost Tenoshi in transition. In any case, Tenoshi lives to fight for another day, but you are really seeing him struggling with that particular blue armor that he does have right now.
Yeah, struggling is the name of the game for him, as Banana Ice has been discovered yet again. Our local bush enjoyer gets discovered by Sid King, as Sid King is trying to close the gap here. Asterai, not entirely sure if they want to fight around the, again, these explosions here. Could be very, very precarious, could be very dangerous. And, oh dear me, Bane Breath Burst still warning everybody. But at the same time, everybody's just moving around. Again, this is a fairly, I would say, innocuous part of the map yet again. Okay, never mind. As they do eat that big explosion over there. Banana Ice, that shield is gonna run out very, very soon. And Sid King can smell blood in the water, potentially entering a feeding frenzy. Like an absolute shark. But so far, nobody can confirm anything. Demo is here too to finalize this four-way brawl. And the flames have already been coming out. I believe that is XCKK wrestling away that Morris Blessing control earlier. Now, it does look like it's going to be a scuffle at the Shadow Jade Mines.
By the way, where is Tenoshi? I wonder if he's just bidding his time first, doesn't want to get into a fight, because if he knows, if he gets out in the open, even though he's full shielded and everything, right, fully recovered, again, if he hasn't upgraded from blue to purple at least, this is going to be just a horrible, horrible free-for-all that he fights, because everybody is going to gang up on him, knowing that he is not as well-built or as durable moving forward. In any case, we now see the perspective here of Shizu, who has been slowly climbing up, but we'll see now if he can at least change everything. Oh, there we go. Finally, Tenoshi's finds something outside of the corruption. That's what we wanted for Tenoshi to get there. Not really biased or anything, but just optimally looking at his loadout. That's what he was hoping to actually claim in one of those fallen bodies on the outside, or maybe just one of the loots outside as well.
So we've seen a lot of Flamebringers. I don't think we've seen enough swarms just yet, but Banana Ice is getting absolutely hammered down by the rest of everybody. And look at that, right on cue on yet another Flamebringer Asterai. Banana Ice does recover a little bit of armor and a little bit of health, but that's not really gonna stop everybody from chasing him down, as Sid King is also quite hungry for points. XCKK gets a bit of a knockdown. Of course, using the Matari is gonna be very, very, very easy for him to escape situations like that. Soul Jade, or rather Shadow Jade Mines, is gonna be littered with bodies very, very soon. XCKK still trying to zone out with a longsword, but we've seen the Flamebringer absolutely demolish this this matchup, as once again everybody's just waiting for the corruption to really encapsulate a smaller area.
Anyways, oh, there's one that's super low HP in the center of all of that, and that is going to be Banana Ice. Sid King was talking about this player a while ago, Raph, and he's finally getting some footing in this fourth game. 6 to remain. Tenoshi trying to get back that shield up. Shizu looking to capitalize as soon as he breaks through the ice. Oh, everybody's chasing down Tenoshi. They know that he's a prime target here. His utility, his skills is still on cooldown, so if they can chase him down, even though if he's running desperately for dear life, he is not invincible. And speaking of which, Tenoshi, oh no, he's coming into Sid King's area here, Raph. Does he have enough time? Sid King's so near, and he is chasing Tenoshi. Oh my god, Tenoshi is delaying the inevitable, ... Oh, he's getting slapped around, Raph. Oh, he got sniped from the other side by Paralyze. No. Tenoshi dethroned at least in game number 4. Overall, he's still probably the highest standing, but now he can't rack up any more points. That was so unfortunate. Everybody knew that if they can get Tenoshi down, that top 1 would at least be a little bit more digestible to try to deal with, to try to get to.
That's right, and I believe there is a little bit of a scuffle happening here, as XEKK is really getting as much mileage as he can with that Flamebringer here. Demo has avoided all contact, at least in these exchanges. He also has a Flamebringer himself, so I guess that's the reason why a lot of these players are very uninterested of challenging his hill, challenging his height. Within our top 4, as you mentioned, this is the first time we're not gonna see Tenoshi and Mahal in a good minute, Asarai. So Demo is in prime position to once again bolster himself up on the leaderboard. Sid King, look at all that loot that he could potentially salvage. XCKK fighting for his life here. Paralyze does get a few hits, but the blink is just so annoying here. XCKK is still manning up. He does have a lot of heals available, but look, a squishy target as Demo points the Flamebringer towards him. Demo changes his mind instead. So trying to finish off the squishy target here, Asarai. The less targets later, the better.
I love this.
And of course, you know, just being able to get that point. Unseen Wings activated here from XEKK. I've had enough. I'll activate this just to give me a fighting chance. But is it really, even though he is visually impaired now for the rest of them, is it enough to actually get that comeback? Paralyzed, finds Sid King. We're down to the final 3. XCKK has done all that he can, but he is getting slapped around by Master Demo. And speaking of the Man Witch, we are looking here in front. Yep, there it is. Demonic 8 activated. Does Paralyzed have in turn? Master Demo gonna back away into the safe zone as the corruption is just absolutely terrorizing for him. Demonic 8 for Demonic 8. Who is the true Oni in this situation, Rap? Master Demo slaps it, follows it up. What a combo artist! And that is going to be Master Demo with his second win in today's solo finals.
That was absolutely perfectly played by Demo. As we mentioned, Asarai, him being very close. I believe he's actually on top of the leaderboard now because 4 points again for the placement plus the kills and the multiplier and whatnot. And this is the first time we haven't seen, as I've said, Mahal in the top 3. So he might just be slotted down to the top 3 position, as I mentioned.
Yeah.
Wow, what an exchange again. What a way to start our second half. And we might be taking a little bit of a break from Morris, just for a moment, because we will be visiting Holoroth later on. So guys, if you've been enjoying the action so far, do pay close attention because as Asarai mentioned, there are still Twitch drops here. We've been giving away codes, mostly at the beginning of our sections. So still stay tuned. And anyway, Asarai, leaderboards, how are they going to look now? Who is entering our top 5? I feel like our top 5 in that last exchange, or rather the last map, is mostly consisting of newer names, much like XCKK. I think XCKK did this twice now as a top 5 finish. Sid King, I think, is the newest name in our top 5. But other than that, consistency has to be the key. Now we are about to enter the point of no return.
All right, just a quick, just soaking it all in with the replay, right? Because now we just take a bit of a breather here because, oh boy, everybody's just been so
insane.
Insane, yeah, relentless, insane, just unwilling to yield to all of the pressures, you know. Can I go passive onto this? Not really. We did see Paralyze do that just a teeny tiny bit, but it was because he wanted to get maybe just a better multiplier since he's racked up a good body count at the very start of that game number 4. Anyways, Foods, I think was the one that I really wanted to get deeper into, maybe like the final 4 or something, but unfortunately he had to get knocked off so quickly here. I think we're also seeing the weakness right now of some of the other heroes that aren't Zip and Ying. Again, that's kind of sad. That's kind of like iffy to say as well because people are utilizing the non-zips really well, like the Valdequi as well as the Takeda. But with I don't know where I'm going with this, but I feel like just the Justina is getting really slapped around. Like she has good defense, but then you really do see like with Tenoshi trying to run away that after all of that ability used, it takes a very long time for her to become safe afterwards, right? Unless, you know, you get your heals all back up.
I think Justina, if I had to rank solos right now, I think Justina would be a clear top 2 just because of the mobility and the get out of jail for free card. Obviously, I feel like Zipping Yin is actually at the top just because of the survivability and just overall annoying. You know, it's just so hard to get her out of the way. Takeda is also maybe top 3. Again, if it was a tier list, I feel like anyone that's not zipping Yin, I think it's pretty swappable.
Join me.
At the same time, Asterai, it does come down to really how good you are and the combinations you can get. Or rather, the combination of factors that you get in a game. Sometimes you just don't get a good spawn. Sometimes you run into too many people at once. But maybe that's just the beauty of VR games in general.
You gotta handle a lot of things, man. It's basically being an adult, multitasking. So many frustrating things all together, right? That's how it is when you're in that part of your life, and when you're in that part of the gaming world, which is, as I mentioned, the battle royales. Do you see in the chat here, Master Demo just already happy about what happened in that game number 4. Such a big comeback for him, to be honest, because again, he was struggling somewhat. Again, he did keep himself afloat somehow in the games that he didn't get the number 1, but he really came into his own on this one, especially on that Takeda, which the first time he used it, a little bit iffy, but now just knowing exactly what he needed to do. And man, whatever hero he uses, yeah, you just know that his combo ability is just so on point.
I feel like another reason why we like there's iffiness, right? There's always character familiarity, so you kind of get thrown off rhythm once you start swapping characters. Again, with also the tournament rules in place, it does take a bit of time for some players, and it's really working against them. But once again, congratulations to Master Demo, racking up 5 kills as well, Asterai. I believe that's gonna be, quite a few points. Again, the math is hard.
Well, we'll see that later on. I don't think we're probably going to see the overall standings by game number 6. But for now, the solo standings are right in front of us. Game number 4, Master Demo with 12 points overall. And right behind him, just tapping on his back, dude, you're not the only one who's done a fantastic game number 4 here. It's Paralyzed with 11. Did not expect this to come out from Paralyzed here. But being number 2, as well as that huge multiplier Raph, really did help him out. Look at that. The kill points just same between Demo and Paralyzed there, with both 8th apiece. Tanoshi, I wanted to see where he is.
I think he's 5th, 11th or something, yeah.
Yeah, he's 5th right now with 5.7 points in total. Sid King, you're mentioning him, Tanoshi, 6 points. Sorry, yeah. And then XCKK at 3rd with 6.5. I know I'm not going about this one after the other chronologically, but I just wanted to see where Tanoshi was. I don't think he's gonna get the throne for number 1, but this at least nerfs his rampage, his tyranny from those first 3 games that we saw.
That definitely is the case, but once again, I think with all the numbers being shuffled around here, this is a little worrying for Mahal. This is definitely not gonna help his case, and that's gonna bump him down just a little bit. As we mentioned, right, some of these players really have not left our top 8 just yet, or rather our bottom half, which is incredibly worrying us, right? It's been, 4 maps now, and not a single frag has been found for some of these players, but we still have 2 more. But like I said, after this point in time, I think this is the point of no return. Number 2 is, I think number 4 and 3 are still in contention for that extra score. Actually, no, the first top 4 spots are still fairly interchangeable, Asterai, especially with Mahal falling into that placement. But in any case, we are going to be taking yet another trip into Holleroth. Might be seeing a different locale with the map. We did see quite an open space for a very patient game in its last outing.
I'm also curious to see now, because again, as you mentioned, or as we already know, that Sip and Yin is going to be not as used here. I feel like there's still a few more players that can use her once for the final time.
Yeah.
But
oh, look at that.
Now, yeah. Oh, more codes. Cool. Well, you have Zip and Yin, but there is also the code, which is Yermitsi.
No. Anywho, Asterai, please move on with your point before you strangle our audience with whatever humor you have.
Now comes the question. What do our top players here, the top scorers, will be using next? Because Master Demo's already exhausted the Tanoshi. He's already used the Takeda. Is he going to go... Oh,
Okay, because I was
probably
going to ask
gonna
you
go Yotohime, yeah.
if he's going to go Justina or the Yoto, because again, Yoto's Ominous Blade hasn't really gotten you know, that much of success. As you saw, there were like multiple times, and maybe chat will, you know, call me out on this, but we did see multiple times that whenever somebody uses that Ominous Blade, it really wasn't used to as good of a effect as he was kind of hoping for, or we experienced in the past, maybe because of the changes that has happened to it.
yeah.
So that means that, you know, with such big emphasis on early on in this day with heroes that have really good ultimates, and if you can charge back up to that ultimate again and use it, it's so effective. Are we going to see maybe Master Demo stray away from the Yoto, maybe go for, again, as I was mentioning, the Justina, or maybe even the Valdequi or Tarkaji, you know, just throwing it out there. But but yeah, I just wanted to at least, you know, discuss about that.
I think Yotohime would probably fall under the category of him going into a comfort pick, which is definitely not a bad thing. Like you said, there's still other very, very viable choices. Justina is one of them. We still have not seen Wu Chen in the solos, which is... We haven't even seen a Yue Shan. Again, maybe these could be coming out as the day progresses. But I still think with Master Demo, again, in our microscope, in our sights as of the moment, I feel like it's going to be a battle between comfort and meta. But Yotohime is not even that out of meta. So maybe he'd be leaning towards that a little bit. But who knows, Asteray?
Who knows? Again, it's all speculation and just us wanting to, you know, try to speculate, dissect, and try to go a little bit more in depth of what could happen. Because again, there is so much safety that we saw was well given with the initial hero picks that we saw from each and every player here. And of course, that's a tool that they can well utilize. But now the tool has been exhausted, what else can they scrounge around in the box that will lead them to either reaching the same caliber of performance, or at least keeping consistent so that they don't fall off really hard? Because even if, again, our top three have this tremendous lead already, the final two games can always string them in for a ride. And if they're not prepared for it, if they make a big mistake, it could endanger their spot for the World Championship. Because again, I like emphasizing it again here, guys, that for solos, the top three players will be the ones given the slot to go into the World Championship happening later on this year.
So it's our top three slots, yes. Again, just to reconfirm that, guys. But man, wow. Again, that is a daunting task. I feel like we've seen quite a few metas going in and out of our region as well, and I'm glad that there's a bit of a variety, especially in the topper echelons of the tier list and whatnot. At the same time, I think we can only just wait at this point, Aster. I feel like we've discussed all that we could have discussed. What other weapons that we haven't really seen in action? I think the Greatsword has fallen off in the solos. Maybe it's because of the armor nerf, and you just really get demolished by the faster weapons now, like the dagger, the nunchucks, and of course the dual blades, which have been in favor for quite a bit. We've seen a little bit of the katana, we've seen a little bit of the spear, but in any case, the usage has been pretty spread out evenly.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we do see at least some players gravitating to the spear as well, like Sid King, because of maybe the reach that it does give against the nunchucks, you know, keeping your opponent a little bit farther back so they can't really slap you for those hard-hitting combos. And it does work in certain scenarios, but as you mentioned, there really is that affinity for each and every player here to really utilize the dual blades, and even more so the nunchucks. In any case, again, we're just waiting for the next match to begin here. We only have 2 more remaining games, guys, and then we'll know who really is the best of the best in the South East Asia. I didn't see as well in the chat just a teeny tiny bit a while ago that they're talking about what's happening with the Vietnam players. Are they able to join in Southeast Asia? As we did see, or as you guys probably might not be able to have watched a couple of days ago, I think last week and 2 weeks ago was the Vietnam qualifiers. So it has its own particular qualifiers for the NARAKA Bladepoint. Now, just a quick little gander once again for our prize distribution. More notably here first, because it's day one, it's the solo prize distribution. So every single time you get a map,
it's $75 that will be handed to you in bonus, and not included with your championship winning, if ever. So if, for example, you win all 6 maps and then you get champion, that's 1,000 plus 450, so 1,450 US dollars will be credited to you as your winnings. So again, every bit of performance that you can give to get the highest echelons of placement here, the better it is for you in terms of the prize that you will be able to be rewarded with.
Oh yeah, just a quick little reminder at what is at stake, and of course the bonuses of you winning a map as well. So Tenoshi and Demo, they've gathered quite a few already, a pair for both of these players. Well, for that pair at the very top, that's $1,000, guys. That is not nothing to scoff at for our solo prize. And if you could potentially get a clean sweep, that is, yeah, $450 extra, as you can see in that subtitle right there, Asarai. And tomorrow it's even bigger for our trios. But other than that, is there something are there any NARAKA stones that we have left unturned here?
I think we've basically talked about as many as we can for the solos, and now we're just looking again at the final 2 maps. And okay, I like this. We at least have a graphic for our viewers out there who might just be tuning in, who weren't able to catch all of the action. That we do have Tenoshi winning 2 and 3 and Master Demo 1 and 4. These two are seemingly the
juggernauts,
the leaders
basically.
of the war. Yeah. The 2 kings of Southeast Asia right now. Who's the better of which, though, Tenoshi or Master Demo? I will at least point it out there that Tenoshi has been more consistent in the past 4 games compared to Master Demo. But again, Demo has proven that he can bounce back from a deficit, because he was struggling at some point, but he really outperformed himself come that game 4.
That's true. And man, again, our top 3 is so heavily contested here, Asura, but the mountain, it's only been shared by 2 tigers so far. And I believe we're gonna be getting all those what do you call this? We're getting all those juices going, because I think we're gonna have a little bit of a wait. But don't worry, guys, our NARAKA action is going to continue. What are your thoughts, Asarai?
Yeah, I'm just thinking again, hero-wise, what we could be looking later on in this. I guess we could also talk about what to expect for tomorrow. Obviously, our viewers already know, since they're pretty laser pointed with the competition that is happening right now for NARAKA, with the tournaments and everything, that we will be seeing a different caliber of picks, because it's going to be the trios. There's a whole different ecosystem there that we will be seeing the Tamulch come back into play. We'll probably be seeing the Tian Hai, of course, as he does have that Titan Skull, which is incredibly powerful. I think also we could be seeing a Yushan be used more in trios, because it feels like he's better off when he has a team
that's
and
true.
more targets to really wail upon. So we'll probably see those more for tomorrow than today. But again, the question that really strikes me the most here is, what will Tenoshi or Master Demo, or any of the top scorers, will be bringing up to the table? The Yotohime, again, we speculate that it's really strong, but the Ominous Blade isn't as good as we kind of are hoping for from before. The safety, the damage that it gives a couple of months back, kind of different from what we're expecting or seeing right now. So we'll be seeing maybe the Matari for Tenoshi and Master Demo. Will they go for the Justina? I feel like those other picks were much more successful. Or, if the Yoto's out there, we're not, Master Demo. He's somebody that knows this particular hero inside and out. So maybe he has a different strategy that will be much better off, and we'll just be here to witness that come the 4th game, or come the 5th game, excuse me.
That being said, you did mention why we don't get to see Yue Shan and Monk a lot in solos. It's because there's really a big disparity. Like, once you de-titan or de-transform, there's a big window of vulnerability, and a lot of teams are gonna wail on you. So again, we're just kind of waiting what's happening right now. We're waiting for everybody to get ready. We're waiting for the lobbies to fill up. of course, to get our fourth game going, lady. Rather, fifth game. Wow, my goodness, Astar, that fourth game is contagious. So we are getting very, very close to the end here, guys. So stay tuned, stick to your seats, and I hope you guys have some drinks and snacks there.
Yeah, again, we're just, I think, having a bit of a technical delay here, so we're waiting for that to get fixed up. And oh, okay, seems like we are gonna go for a quick break. When we come back, guys, it's going to be game number 5. Again, we're apologizing for, you know, all of these slowdowns we're having. We both of us, me and Raph, want to get into the action as soon as, but things happen. So anyways, be patient. We'll be back after a quick break.
Death and destruction sweep across the land. But the pursuit of immortality never stops. In this fleeting, crumbling world, nothing is eternal. A soul without a body turns to ash. And all who come here become twisted into monsters. Now, you must choose. Surrender or die.
And we are back. Yes, thankfully we got that break because now I am living in the light and not in the darkness. But hopefully we'll be resuming game number 5 as soon as, because I cannot contain my excitement, Raph. I just really want to get this done for day number 1 because the wait is killing me. The anticipation of which top 3 players will get into the World Championship for NARAKA Bladepoint, where I believe the overall prize pool is 150,000 US dollars. So from 15 to 100, that is a lot indeed.
That's a big jump.
Yep. Multiple times, you know.
You just add one more 0. But as we mentioned, Asura, I think I'm very curious who is going to take the top spot in these last 2 maps. Is it going to be an exchange between Demo and Tenoshi again? Are we going to see Mahal finally take out, rather step out of that shadow that has been the 2nd, 3rd spot, especially after a little bit of a fall in that last performance in that map?
Yeah.
But now, again, we have to put our eyes forward as we are going into Holleroth. So with this time around, Asrai, I feel like switching maps hasn't really affected the rotation so far because the loot abundance of NARAKA has always been fairly generous. I feel like armor disparity, though, might be a bit of a question, and I'm not entirely sure which locale we are going to be diving into as soon as we jump into Holleroth. But in any case, we've talked about the player picks, we've talked about the characters and heroes, and our weapon choices before the break. So at this moment, it's just pretty much raw excitement.
That's true. That's true. Again, we're just at this point stalling as much as you can because, again, we're still making sure that the players will have that optimal environment to compete in. We don't want any hiccups whatsoever in terms of the back end because, again, we want to give them as much of clean space to perform as possible, even though we are playing online and everything. As of that, I think we also talked about this way back. What happens when we get ourselves a NARAKA LAN event? Ooh, I just shuddered to think, like bringing all of the bringing all of the top players into one space. That'd be good. That would be incredibly exciting, of course. Man, a NARAKA LAN. I feel like any LAN at this point, like it'll always raise the excitement, of course, and the expectations of everybody. I mean, I believe for the longest time we have not had a NARAKA LAN just yet in the last few years, question mark. Again, my memory could be a little hazy, Asarai, so if you are quick to remind me, absolutely fine. But at the moment, now we only have 2 maps left. We've talked about the top spots. Now what can we do about the players that are kind of still lagging behind? I feel like we've already passed the point of no return. These games, are they willing to play spoiler for any would-be players to take the push for that final slot? I mean, who knows, right? Yeah, who knows indeed. NARAKA's still fairly new as well, but you gotta give props to the community for just being as devoted as they are, because this game came out only last year, and it's still as competitive, if not even more, come into 2022. As I mentioned, right, a couple of months ago, not a lot of these players looking hot and spicy with the movements, but now it's just everybody's on a different scale. A tree here on the Temulch, trying to just zip on out. Is he able to actually escape and get that heal back up? He does not have any armor to try to fall back on. And his opponent, his pursuer, knows that Tree is struggling to keep himself afloat in terms of that HP. He still has his rebirth left, so I don't know if he just wants to try to escape this or, you know, reset and hope for a different outcome per se. But it seems like his opponent got tired and went away, so that's going to give Tree a much needed bit of respite just to recuperate himself first and start healing and, of course, start looting up again. Absolutely here. We have a little bit of patience, though, being displayed here by Sid King, trying not to fall into the trap, but that's exactly what's going to happen, as Mahal is already hungry for those points. Asher wants to get rid of that rebirth as quickly as he can.
Matari on Sid King, slippery as can be, but now is gonna be sent into still in fighting condition. Had to pop that ult just to survive here, so Sid King has a legitimate mix-up if he can actually chase down Mahal here. But so far, hasn't been the case, as they now both space each other out and have enough time to heal. But nope, are we getting back right into the brawl?
Wow, that's great. Sid King actually intentionally trying to disconnect the grapple set. Mahal could not straight up just zipline to him. And this gives Sid King, excuse me, a bit of that space that he was dearly in need of. You were right, Raph. Yeah, Master Demo back onto the Yoto. Yeah, he's 100% known for the Yoto. So, and again, I did still have my doubts because I was curious about how efficiently he can use that ultimate, but it's Master Demo, so I'm just waiting on how he will teach us once again in these solos. What a stab, what a sequence! Oh! And the spinning blades of death, the sinister blade, or excuse me, sinister slash just decapitates Kawai's opponent there. So a lot of Yotos coming into the play right now. Seems like he's not done just yet, as we do have another fighter up against Kawai here, using the spinning blade once again, but just backs away and then just takes a bit of a breath for now.
Oh yeah, and again, just the utility of Yoto's F, and I potentially feel like a lot of them are running the V2 now, but we'll just have to see that later. Corruption is still spreading. As I've mentioned, maybe some of these players are already willing to play spoiler, as we see a little bit of a fight happening between Paralyze and Food. And Paralyze actually getting chipped just a little bit of the hitbox of the slash. Now Food has to survive this onslaught, maybe just get a little bit of rest. That is a full health opponent. As long as he can land the primary slash. Nope, that's the first one gone. The second does hit. A third for the prediction. Evens out the playing field. Cannot get the final volley though. That's gonna give him space to recover.
I'm eating all my words, man. Maybe we just aren't seeing those that are proficient with the Yotohime, but Foods showing to us that he's somebody that can really bring out the best of Yotohime's world. Now, Kawai in a fight sees his opponent just backs away. I think that was a Matari, just considering how quickly he was able to escape from that particular battle. And yeah, the ultimate used just so that you can escape from combat, at least for now. Let's back away first, you know. Chill out.
As Pom Pom, one of the middle of the pack type players here, has to pop that ice. But now Kawai still trying to relax here, getting that recovery, still getting a big health advantage. But now the Chucks are out, has to guess what stance he's gonna go for. And Pom Pom could not really defend from anything there. And wow, Kawai actually bolstering his position here by getting 4 kills to his name already. Meanwhile, Master Demo and the rest of the players here having a little bit more of a passive stance.
True enough, true enough. I don't think he's been lucky enough to get any opponents near him, so that's why he hasn't gotten any kills yet, or eliminations as of now. But now, you find Shizu. If he can win against Shizu, that's a purple armor for Master Demo, BT dubs. But he smartly backs away because he was getting kind of corralled around, one to the left, one to the right, so he's just actively trying to make sure that he doesn't get sandwiched with how many opponents is just very much near him. But again, the fight very much scattered around the watchtower here as Foom finds his first takedown onto Catacol, but of course the follow-up coming in, forced to use the demonic aid already, but is the aid enough? Looks like it was only a band-aid solution.
Indeed, that has been the case so far, but Demo taking a little bit of a hit here from Shizu, but Shizu has to guess which is going to happen, avoids the mix-up entirely, and now Demo tries to reposition for that. Once again, uninterested in taking unnecessary damage to Shizu, but again, you've engaged the fight with Demo. Demo is going to commit to this very hard, but Demo's getting shredded with the dual blades here, even getting hit with a confirm, and now Demo has to ult, even gets the first hit, gets a knockdown, but the terrain is making this so awkward. Levels out the playing field, but will take a few free hits from that bow. Has to engage in close quarters combat. Again, avoiding the katana mix-up completely. Demo does have one rebirth left, but he doesn't want to use it just yet. Oh, beautiful anti-air. He even manages to squeak that out, Aserai. A quadra kill for him as well.
Dude, that was so mischievous from Master Demo. Did you see what he did there? He forced out his opponent to use the ice box or icing capsule just so that he can try to go for recovery. And his opponent was like, "Oh, I'm gonna stop you from that." Master Demo beautifully baited it. He didn't. His opponent didn't recover themselves, and then he just afterwards decided to read the situation so well and keep the pressure rolling and actually just win it out from hard reads overall. If not hard reads, just putting his opponent into a lull of false sense of victory, a false sense of advantage. So mischievous and smart from Master Demo.
Again, that's also the power of the katana being one of the best mix-up weapons in the game. And it's XCKK trying to take control of the chest area here. Maybe looking for a Morris Blessing for himself. Rocking the spear as of the moment. Not very meta, but not very unpopular either. People still use it quite a bit. I believe he's already vacated the insides of that Blessing. So we have to see which players are willing to brawl it out. And that's out Justina, not having the greatest performances, nearly gets destroyed by the trap here. He's getting spooled up, getting shot from all sides. Still gets the grab. Is this enough for Justina to get a little bit of space between
Oh my god.
him and the rest of the squad? Apparently not.
He had Demonic Aid too, so I think he was waiting for both of them to get close enough so that he can boop them back away. But his opponents were just so locked and loaded. Again, those were the top scorers that we have in front of us. Such as Foods and everyone else, right?
Yeah.
So there was no chance. No chance in heck.
Maybe, potentially. As Foods... Oh dear, we've entered that part of the game where everybody's gonna be chilling. A tree is actually playing Temok here. Once again, that Zephyr Prison could be so useful, especially with this silly hat buff. Pops the F. Can he combo it into a secure? Absolutely not. Apparently, Tenoshi, a beast of a player. Beautiful follow-ups on his airborne target. Tries to avoid the greatsword. The problem with the greatsword is it's so easy to disarm. But if you get hit, you also get absolutely annihilated. There's still one rebirth left. And that's very fortunate, at least for our players here.
But you're absolutely right. I mean, the greatsword is amazing in terms of just, wailing out damage, but it's way too telegraphed. And up against such a player like Tenoshi, it feels like it's child's play for him to time the parry against that and basically turn the big damage that you were trying to unleash up on your head. So not really what you kind of want to happen. And speaking of the man, Tenoshi's right here. Already finds his next victim. We'll see if his opponent will be up to the task of fighting him. It is going to be paralyzed. Oh, but already Tenoshi making quick work. Chak, chak, chak. That's what we want to hear from the dual blades. And now, yep, paralyzed. Already activating his heals, trying to escape, trying to find an exit route. Escape strategy here as another player comes into play. I think that might be Master Demo. Could be, oh no, it's Sid King actually. So he's going to be chasing its paralyzed. Tenoshi just picks up a couple of items here and there as he's going to be enjoying the battle just a little bit better, in a bit, excuse me. Now, Kawhi and opponent fighting near the watchtower here as Kawhi is just in a aerial battle, hoping to slap his opponent mid-air, but it's just not happening right now, Raph.
Absolutely not. As Kawhi, who's feeling the momentum and has gotten himself a pretty decent start here, wants to continue the rampage, but the Spirit Slash is gonna keep him at bay for the time being as Mahal looks to get that consistency. Will just zip on out of here. Falls from the heavens, tries to mix up Kawhi. Kawhi is so intent of chasing down Mahal. Doesn't have to go on top of the tower here, but we have to look at Sid King. And Tenoshi is wailing on Sid King. Oh my goodness, he's dead. As soon as he got that first touch, that was a confirm upon a confirm. Beautiful stuff. Super strong mechanics by Tenoshi here. And I think that's the... What's up?
Oh, I was gonna say that's the, you know, the TOD. That's the touch Noshi of death.
Okay, Asteroid, you can shut up now.
So mean, dude. Oh, bad and nice. I mean,
Oh man, it's cringe humor. It's warranted. It's fine.
Yeah. I accept
The sigh of defeat. Yeah, you just got hit by the Tenoshi TOD right there. Oh, you got hit by the crouch.
It's touch Noshi of death. Okay.
But in any case, Tenoshi does have a few soul jades that's gonna make him fairly tanky. He does have both stabs on the longsword and the katana, but as we see the trenches in the northwestern barrier getting a little more claustrophobic, no way Tenoshi lands yet another one with the dual blades, right? Against the the potency of this character, the hero, and just the weapon combined is still not enough apparently to kill a Zip. But Zip and Yin still out here.
Oh, awkward.
Surviving everything. A bit of a mechanical error. They're very rare for Tenoshi, actually.
I think it's just the landscape itself, right? You can't really expect that you're just gonna grab underneath that ceiling and then you'll have to, what's the word? Clamber or just go over it, right?
Yeah, it just rhymed with the word that popped up in my head.
Yeah, I
But
got you.
yeah, I totally get what you mean there. I thought the geometry would be a little more forgiving, but unfortunately, just not a lot of upper body strength training there from Tenoshi's Takeda Asarai.
It is what it is, but that just means that his opponent lives to fight for another day. Kawhi here. Okay, as you mentioned, he was on a bit of a mini warpath streak as he was able to claim bodies left and right. Tenoshi now tries to go for the high ground just to get a bit more understanding of where his opponents therein lie, as well as he can find somebody. Oh, there we go. Paralyzed, still found, and he hasn't been fully healed as well here, but he still wants to go for the fight. Tenoshi breaks free. His Soren, his fly-in. There's not a star in heaven that he can't reach, and Tenoshi is going up and above, but hang on. Paralyzed coming in for the retaliate. Tenoshi goes in for the parry, the counter strike, and Tenoshi, he just says, you know, it's either you become the best or die like the rest, and Tenoshi looking to be one of the best, if not the. Now, coming back into the watchtower, we do have XCKK up against two more offenders here, and we'll see how this fight continues as everybody else is just playing away now. Seems like they might have not wanted to overcommit to this fight, as it could get a little bit too hairy. Now we're down to the final 6.
That's right. As you mentioned, this is getting a lot. Whoa, what was that? Just an XCKK zooming past the peripheral vision of Shizu here. Shizu might just have to take control of this tower. As you mentioned, Asher, that is definitely going to be a strong point. Food's already aiming towards the heavens. So he might just want to contest. Now, they're still really going for this vertical fight here. Oh, but that might be it for Shizu. Thankfully for him, nobody got to follow up with a real. Does come in a little bit late, but look at that. The Flamebringer is here, Asteroid, to turn the tides. Shizu gets the ice encase properly. Foods, once again, mix-ups. What's for breakfast? What's for the Oki? Pops the ulti here. Gets the Frost Blink. The Frosty Blink. Either way, Foods is looking to melt his way out of here. And I have to say, these last few exchanges have been incredibly entertaining, Asteroid. I think this is probably our... No, it's pretty typical to have 6 players alive at this point in time, right? But there's a lot covered to play with, so this might diminish the strength. And as I live and breathe, I did ask for a swarm, and Tenoshi, the man himself, has it in his hands.
Showing us what it brings to the table. The long-range multi-hit bombardment. It's not as threatening just yet, but we'll probably see that change in a bit there.
Thickens.
Man, that was... Who was Food up against a while ago there again?
What was that, sorry?
Food was up against a Justina, right? So the Justina player has used all of his abilities, while Foods only had to use the Spirit Slash to really basically dominate that whole encounter. Bananize, I gotta say, Bananize...
Ow.
Yeah, he can't... What I was kind of expecting, he was just playing very, very passive this whole entire game. Tenoshi, did he hit the first shot?
Yes.
No
yes, he did.
way, that was sick.
Armor swap
through
though.
them. Invisible as well. As you mentioned, armor swap gives Bananize a little bit of breathing space, fighting space, mayhaps. The flames breath onto both of these players, but Tenoshi, he knows who the real target is, and that has to be Bananize, but Tenoshi's prey has been stolen from right underneath him, as well as baiting out the demonic aid. I think he wanted to use that so that he can maybe go for the aggressive chase, but it did not matter. So I don't know if that was a well-used ultimate or it was wasted, but in any case, that was not a kill that he got for himself. Oh, sorry, what did you say?
I thought that was unfortunate because I think he was trying to use the demonic 8 slash to get the final blow, but Tenoshi once again dancing with the dual blades gets the last hit onto Shizu there. So the blue boys are looking a little bean at the moment, Asarai. They still have not cracked the top 8 in the overall standings. Now look at Tenoshi, looking to find yet more prey, yet more victims. As he continues his rampage. Beautiful stun here with the katana, the M2. Can they guess the mix-up? The gold parry is here. Disarmed and Kawaii is dead. But the ominous blade, that's not going to save him. Oh my goodness, a kill steal? Food?
He got away.
No.
He got away.
He got away. Not for too long as Tenoshi's lining up a shot. But before Foods can hit the killing blow, Foods has stolen it, and now he's had the most kills to his name. Sorry, I believe Demo is not alive in this exchange anymore. It's Foods, Tenoshi, and Kawaii. So Kawaii being the spoiler here for some of the other members that are still trying to get into this top 3.
I guess that's also the... Yeah, that's with your point about Master Demo. I actually have no idea how he got knocked out, you know, from participating in this last 3 players. Also, that's also one of, for Foods here, that's also one of the good things I forgot that you can do with Yotohime is that you can cancel her ultimate and be able to get back a huge percentage of her ult once again. So you can have that ominous blade pretty much working in your favor. Now, both of his Tenoshi's opponents are incredibly low, but Tenoshi himself just gets slapped silly, almost down to half shield. So he's not really going to pursue this fight for the moment. XCKK and Foods now just in a bit of a firefight here. Great dodge by Tenoshi. Has to respect the Sinister Blade. But goes back in. Oh, the charge actually goes through the Sinister Blade. Did not know that. Good mechanics from Tenoshi here, but again, the damage isn't that threatening enough that he can really get any big kills here. Although Foods might be at his last dredges right now, Raph, as he's low. He's already used basically every bit of ability that he has, and everything
Tenoshi
is up in the air. Wave him like you just don't care, and Foods is trying desperately to survive for as long as he possibly can, but it's not going to work against Tenoshi, who is the chase demon, and he'll be able to at least finish his fight into a 1 versus 1 against XCKK here in Watchtower.
Look at this. This is going to be a battle of height. If he can get the Spirit Slash, this could potentially be a TOD, but the verticality of it is just a little too much. That's going to give a little bit of time for Tenoshi to reconsider how to deal with Food here as Food is running away. The shield is going to pop anytime soon. The Spirit Slash did come out, but no uppercut here on the side of Tenoshi to get that juggle going. Still trying to fight for dear life, waiting for the cooldown, gets stacked once, but now gets caught in the vortex. No upward slash here just to get him propped up in the air. XCKK doing his best to fight, and he's actually winning it. Tenoshi has to reconsider his options too. Tries to go for the mix, but a big punish on that crouch uppercut. And Tenoshi, he might die from the shadow. Beautiful fallback here. What? A zone by Tenoshi. Oh my goodness, Asura. And I thought Foods was going to be the one to snack on our 3-map winner now. Tanoshi dominating the competition. That's insane.
He remembered that he had the swarm. You mentioned that
It's like, wait a minute.
Tanoshi. Oh man, my mouth is like it's hurting from just the O that I just did a while ago. Hang on. Tanoshi made a huge mistake there with the uppercut, as you mentioned, because I also noticed that particular thing. So XCKK was so close to winning. Tanoshi blasted him off of the safe zone, as you mentioned, and he still remembered that he had the swarm for the fadeaway shots to just, again, do the work without Tanoshi really doing anything. Rather than trying to heal himself, he just knew full confidence that that was what he needed to do. Such quick decision making in a short span of time to make sure that he gets himself a three-peat for today as Game 5 ends.
A 3-peat. Tanoshi, man, he is really raising the bar here. Demo is still looking to strike back, maybe get a map victory of his own. But here we have the highlights from that match, ladies and gents. And man, you hate to see it. Mahal gets decapitated on the ceiling fan spirit slash. Pom again. Kawhi Des. I actually thought Kawhi had a really good game here, Asarai. Had a really good start. Had a really decent mid game. And everybody just really stepping it up now. But for now, we're just lying in wait for what might transpire in the final map. And everybody's really shifted into a higher gear.
Absolutely. Just so different from what we've seen before. I mean, every single game that we've seen here, there has just been highlight reel after highlight reel, but this one I think is the most special that we've seen, just because of how well I think our players here trudge the fine line between death and victory in the way that you kind of saw with the highlights, especially in those final bits of moments, especially with Tanoshi, man. Just Tanoshi is just, and I haven't said this in a while, he's just built different. Just yeah. That's all I can say for Tanoshi. What an absolute beast.
He tried to go for the focus, but once again, that's really just the problem with the Greatsword. Despite the damage and the great potential crowd control, it doesn't really work in solos. I love that confirm by Tanoshi. One of the prettier ones, I believe. As, again, we're still looking at the rampage of Tanoshi here. So many close calls, Asura, yet this man has ice in his veins, has never flinched, and has calmly assessed every situation he has been in so far.
Absolutely. It feels like he's always like 2, maybe even 3 steps ahead of you, which is incredibly scary if you think about it. Any opponent that he goes up against, it feels like, look at that, like he could just chase them to the ends of the earth and know exactly what it needs to be done. Luckily for Bananais, at least in this particular replay, as you mentioned, he was able to get that armor swap in. Tanoshi on the other hand, if Foods wasn't there, he could have gotten like 2 to 3 extra kills. Foods has been the scrounger, the hyena to Tanoshi's lion.
Absolutely. And they all play their part in the ecosystem. Unfortunately for Tanoshi, he needed those full meals to really solidify himself as the #1. I don't think this is going to hurt his stock too much, but I feel like the real battle is going to start at top 2 and 3 here. I don't think Demo is as secured now. Actually, not Demo, sorry, Mahal, because these last two maps have been brutal for him.
True. Very, very true. Again, we can only just speculate till we tally all the points for later on. This is the point. Oh, yeah, man. He was in trouble there. The parry didn't go in his favor. The uppercut didn't go in his favor. How did he actually slap XCKK to go to the other side? Yeah. There it was. And then, boo, 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 boo. All beautiful. According to Keikaku. Get it. Tanoshi. Again, never falling behind. Always on top. 6 kills, overall damage of 24,000. It's rounded up to 25,000-ish. And his third his third win in our best of 6 series here, or series of 6 for the solos finals. What an absolutely dominant performance from Tanoshi. And now, Raf, we are down to the final game.
Honestly, I feel like now we've already crowned our champion for today. Oh dear me. The gap, as I mentioned, is pretty much insurmountable, unfortunately, for some of our players in the bottom 8 Asterai. So now they can only hope to really just get there, still have the best showing out there. After all, the day isn't over. Competition is still competition. Wow, Foods. I believe that's 2 kills he stole away from Tenoshi, so that could have bolstered Tenoshi even more. Kawhi with a big jump in rankings as well. Master Demo still in the runnings. I believe he's around 40 something points, are in the high 30s if my math is not off. But unfortunately for Blue, oh man, Blue's not having a good performance as a team at the moment.
Yeah, Mahal's the one that's I feel like it's gonna be in danger now that Foods is starting to rack up a lot of points here, and Foods was what like 4th, 5th place as we got the overall standings from game number 3, right? And where's Mahal? Oh, dude, only 1.8 points. That is very dangerous. We talk about how just a 10-point game for you can really dethrone any of the top 2 and top 3. This is looking rather scary for him. So we still have one final game. Again, we don't have the overall standings for the second part of today's tournament, but this is feeling to be a very scary situation for both Mahal and even Master Demo. I'd say I think he can't be really too comfortable where he is at as of the moment, but again, he still has a more decent performance output than at least Mahal, so he can breathe a little bit easier, just a tiny bit more than Mahal here.
Just a little bit, but as I've said, Astar, the competition has not stopped yet. I think we've already seen the last of our maybe comfort picks, so to speak, for a lot of our players. I think that was the last game for Tenoshi to bring out the Takeda as well. So I wonder what his last pick is gonna be. Be jumping into the lobby very soon, or rather, we'll be preparing the lobby very soon. So I wonder what's left for him. He hasn't really brought out the Yotohime. And Yotohime has proven to be still a very big hitter here. A lot of utility with the Spirit Slash, a lot of utility as well with the ultimate. So, again, that's all we've been doing all day long. You know, we've been thinking about what's going to happen next, and we've never really correctly predicted who's going to be the top 3 at the end circle.
Absolutely. There is still, I think, chances, opportunities to dethrone anybody at the top 3, because that's the most, again, important. Can't stress it enough that the top 3 in solos are the only ones that will be able to get into the World Championship. So everything is still up there. I think the only one that's really secured his spot, and I think it's safe to say this already, has got to be Tenoshi. So win or not in game number 6, he's already secured himself that sweet again, opportunity to prove himself in the world stage. And of course, since he's won 3 times already, that is 75, 150, 225 extra US dollars for him for the prize. Yeah, so that's definitely a lot for Tenoshi here, for just being an absolutely incredible performer and leaderboard ranker in this solo tournament that we're experiencing right now.
Absolutely. And with the competition being so steep as well, again, guys, just a big reminder, everybody here in the grand finals, they're totally deserving. It's just been a very difficult road for a lot of these players to even get to this point. And right now, Tenoshi he's sitting on top. You know, he's the cream of the crop. But now, Asterai, before we get into the 6th map, I believe you expect anything different, any different pacing potentially for our last map?
I don't think so. I think it's still going to be the same thing. Maybe we're going to see some other player, maybe just Bananize or Paralyze will go for those more passive plays. But I think that's kind of bad to say here, or not really bad, but more of like it's not really the name of the game now, since it's already the final game. You have to try to get as many points in. Again, we talk about this at the very start of the broadcast, that 16 players is not enough to really get a good amount of points in the long term, because you're yeah, exactly, because it's only 16 players, so that's what, 16 kills that you can get, or 15 kills that you can get at maximum. And we only saw, I think, one player be able to get like 60-70% of the server. That was Tenoshi, I think, in game number 3. Yeah, 9, right? In any case here, again,
I think the only difference that we could see is some players now might be forced to try to go for something unorthodox in terms of the hero picks. Again, I don't really see that happening too much, but it is something that we still have to take into account. Is Master Demo still going to go for Yotohime? They have proven, Foods has also proven that Yotohime is incredibly strong here, but is there something, a key strategy, a pocket strat that is at least good for one game, and this game could be it for game number 6 that we could be looking at? Still, just thinking about it, you know.
That's right, guys. Just at the bottom there was a code. So if you weren't paying attention, then oh my goodness, the chances slipped away. But we'll have more tomorrow. Don't worry. I think we'll have a little bit more later on. So at the moment, we're just here again in the waiting game, waiting for the lobby to start up and waiting for our players to get into the final duel of the day, Astra. Very, very thrilling.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think we talked about as much as we
everything
can
at
talk
this
about.
point. Yeah.
I guess now
Again,
we can
it's
just
been-
remind our viewers that, again, there is still more to come for tomorrow, but tomorrow it is going to be the trios. And yeah, that's about it.
I think the trios is a little more brutal though, because they only have 2 slots, I believe.
Yeah.
Unforgiving as per usual, and I definitely believe that tomorrow's gonna have a huge meta shift. They're really, since you have teammates now, you can compensate properly for the Transformers meta having a bit of a wind-up time and having a bit of a recoil period when the ultimate is done. I mean, again, maybe a little bit more Greatsword, because Greatsword, I feel like even with nerfed armor, it's still a pseudo tanking weapon, question mark. There's not really any tanking to do in Naraka, but once again, the Greatsword still does serve its purpose. Once you get a big knockdown, absolutely a teammate can follow up on that with a big focus attack. That's going to be so problematic for anybody who's separated.
Well, yeah, that's probably definitely for trios, but we haven't really seen the broadsword get as much love, or
Saw
the
quite a
greatsword
bit today, the longsword. Oh, the greatsword, yeah.
Greatsword, yeah. Longsword, definitely. Like, there were some highlight plays that could not have been done without the greatsword being the weapon that they've chosen. But for, longsword, excuse me, but for the greatsword, not really as much. I think it's because it's just too slow. Even though the damage is massive, it's tremendous. It's just too, as I mentioned, well telegraphed. So you really can't play around it, away from it, parry it even. It's just not as potent as it was before. Yeah, exactly. Maybe if, Tarka G gets a little bit more love here, the Greatsword could see a lot more success, but I don't know if that's going to be happening as well. Already 3 players in the jungle. We'll see how this happens. Who are these players that we have? So we got Bananice, we got, that was Mahal knocked out by Foods, and this other guy has got to be Foods. All right.
And of course, it is our usual suspects in the early game here. Foods, not very happy of what happened and how he potentially dropped the ball in the clutch earlier. But it does look like everybody else has already found a target here. Tanoshi is on the Justina finally. And Demo and him, the top 1 and 2, exchanging blows, already trying to get rid of one another here. But Tanoshi, it's Kawhi who's been the late bloomer of the series. Has been fantastic in the last game. Looks to continue a spectacular performance into this one.
All right. Kawhi seems to have decided to just chase Master Demo now. But Master Demo's not an easy challenge. Try to take down here. Now, okay, Kawhi at least smartly backing away, trying to reevaluate the situation as Tanoshi joins in onto the fight. As we look at a different fight here, it is going to be a Tree up against Justina. A Tree has actually brought out the Matari at this point, Raph. Different from what he had in that previous game. I think the previous game he was Temulk. So this time it's at least gone into the Assassin, which is good. And he is rocking a great sword. I don't know how effective this is. I think it's the first weapon that he got his hands on. So he doesn't really want to prolong a fight here unless he's super successful with getting 1, maybe 2 slashes right in. And speaking of which, the trio of Kawaii de Seal gets slapped down by Master Demo. Now we'll have to see who's the better of the two, Master Demo or Tenoshi. Better of the fighters we will see, as they are not really going away from each other, just spacing just a little bit, maybe getting those recoveries, heals in, but really the fight will continue. Tenoshi, though, with the nunchucks, really setting the pace against Master here, and Demo, oh no, just one more slap, and Tenoshi should win the fight, and there it is. Justina comes in for the win.
Oh dear me, as Paralyze had one great performance today, but Boom looks like he has the upper hand. And the Tarka G, well, never mind. I was about to say that could be the tide turner here, Asarai, but Paralyzed, true to his name, will be breaking a few vertebrae here. There is a rebirth available, so maybe some are just gonna start camping. That's fine. Foods will get a bit of a refund for that, so that's not the biggest loss. But at the same time, I'm not entirely sure what that was about.
You know what? Fat finger. I feel like it's a fat finger.
Potentially.
Yeah. Was it for this isn't one of those players that does anything randomly, so maybe it was just a mistake. Anyways, where is he trying to go to now? I mean, there is one that is chasing him. I'm pretty sure he is aware, or maybe he's just trying to get into a better spot, because again, this is still a battle royale, and you still have to get away from the corruption, but it's not as what's the word here? It's not as important as other battle royale games. So I don't know what's the strategy there, or maybe he's just looking for better loot. Any case, Tenoshi finds Paralyze. It seems like Paralyze will get his back broken, as Tenoshi just slides in, not into his DMs, but into his kill feed. But Paralyze, thankfully, is again on that Zip and Yin. So his regeneration is just slapping Tenoshi here, who has to go for the Elsa, or excuse me, the Ana. Okay.
Huh?
Because Ana's the one that got frozen up, not Elsa, dude.
I
Did
know,
you watch
but
the movie?
why?
There you go. Nothing. I don't know.
No, I didn't. Nor did I really pay that much attention to it. But in any case, Tenoshi... I like the sigh of disappointment there by Ash. Just like, aw. I'm sorry, man, but no. Tenoshi, though, he does have nunchucks to potentially dissuade people from getting into his airspace, and it does look like he's fine and dandy now. Definitely having a little bit of survivability issues, or Justina's are definitely more suited, maybe potentially in the trios, but Tenoshi's still making do with it. Oh, he does find a catch on Paralyze, and Paralyze, who did find a victim earlier, could have the fortunes favor his opponent right now, but Tenoshi is cornered a little bit. Nunchucks are not a weapon that you want to guess the mix for, but Tenoshi goes for the turn. I love the confidence. Gets spooled up, but doesn't really matter. Big whiff though on the side of Tenoshi as Paralyze is gunning for it. He's looking for the kill here, but Tenoshi doesn't fall for the wake-up game here for the Okizemi. Tenoshi. Can he clutch this one out, Azurai? It's looking good for both these players, and this game is going to be dragged on for quite a bit, but Paralyze has just a high HP pool, rather a shield pool here. Now disarm.
Okay.
It's Tenoshi. Wow. No way.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness.
Tenoshi's got the sequence. He's slapping him silly, and he activates the ultimate for the kill, but Saving Grace gives a bit of a fighting chance for Paralyze here, and Tenoshi, with the final pushes that he has, just tries to run away. But Paralyze locked and loaded. He is heat-seeking or ice-cold seeking Tenoshi here, who is now out of options. And has Paralyze found it? He has! I mean, Tenoshi still has the rebirth, but that was one of the few times that Tenoshi has lost any fights, albeit, or more specifically here, a 1v1 fight. What a battle it was against Paralyze. My god, Paralyze was just taking every trick in the hat that he had, every trick in the book that he can just throw in the direction of Tenoshi here, and he finds it. And speaking of finding somebody, Bananice now spotted by Justina, who is looking for a bit of redemption here, as both players haven't really gotten anything good from the previous matches, previous games.
Oh dear. Banana is really adamant on sticking with this greatsword, potentially not having other choices, but now swapped to the longsword here, trying to get a few verticals just for a little bit of a zone here. And Mahal is in the mix and in the middle of 3 people. There is a soul shrine there. I'm not entirely sure if this is the greatest choice for a spawn point for, I believe that's still Tenoshi. He's still looking for a little bit of a quieter place here. A tree. I believe this is a Matari. Getting a little bit of damage done. Unfortunately for him, such a slippery target, and now it's been turned on him. Ooh, that's
stolen.
Disgusting.
Oh. He
That's
got
a
you,
lot
Dirty
of
Dan.
damage.
That's a lot of damage.
Honestly, at this point in time, it's the only thing I could say is Tenoshi backed into a corner yet again, has a white katana, so not be able to do too much damage here. But again, with dedication and perseverance, Tenoshi could potentially get this. It's Demo who actually takes it to Asarai, so Demo is in a good position to take this map for himself, especially after being denied of that 3-peat in the previous one.
I mean, he's the only one who can actually get another 3-peat here if ever, but there still are threats around the map. We still have, I think at the top of the board, foods that is to be spotted out there. So we'll see if Master Demo here can keep the ball rolling. Also Mahal maybe, but I think Mahal is kind of cooled down at least the past couple of games as well. So I think Foods is the one that's really hot and heavy for this last game, if ever. Anyways, 12 still remaining. A good chunk of the server still alive. Up until this point, Raph, I think we're almost always seeing about 8 players. So having 12 is honestly kind of surprising.
You'd think people would be a lot more aggressive this time around. But it's still corruption 2, Asarai, so it's fine. Circle 2, still a lot of people. Look at this Kawhi going for Demo. Big hit on that big chunk. And Demo does get his armor up, but that doesn't take the fact that Kawhi still has a bit of advantage. But now Master Demo forces out the ulti. Not just the first. Can he be slippery enough for the second? Oh my goodness, he's seen this sequence too many times. Oh, but he still gets hit by the last few. It doesn't really matter. He's gonna have a spool for a swordless Kawhi, but Kawhi using his bare fist to their maximum potential here. Staying alive as much as he can, but gets knocked out of the air. One more crouch attack could be the doom for any of these players right now. Kawhi already stripped Master Demo of his armor, but is looking far better for Demo. Oh, and I feel like Demo can actually just bully him into the tick damage here, but that's not even it. Demo is in the running, Asarai. Yeah, he's looking so good right now.
Yeah, this is his moment, his time of glory. Dude, he's feeling laser on point now. I think that's the one thing that Master Demo struggles with is the consistency, right? Because he can, in one game, just be invincible, and then the other game feel as frail as any player out here. Oh my god! Yeah, a tree! Where did that come from? Another dark horse, an underdog, to say at the least. Maybe he can find his last possible push of points here. Paralyze the Tenoshi first killer in this game. Finds against a tree. I think these two are fantastic players to definitely witness. Who is this third one? Is this Master Demo? I can't really see the name yet, so we'll have to clarify on that one. In any case, it's still a 3-way freeway, and Paralyze is not looking too hot. I think he does have some heals to still fall back on, but there is just so much pressure to be holding him on. But since they're kind of at the bottom of the valley, have to go in for the zips, just try to back away, get some space in better position, and they're looking a little bit better. And who is this getting juggled? It feels like there's a clown trying to do some kind of clown trick here as Catacal is just being booped up bit by two players. The OTG is just sickening right now, Raph. And Katakal at least trying to get a breath of fresh air, as it's just a bit too hairy for him to deal with in that situation. Sandwich. I like my sandwiches, but not like that one. In any case, he does escape, does get away, and now we're back to a tree and Mahal.
A tree.
Or paralyzed.
Heart. Yeah, a tree and a heart full of hopes, as the rest of the players here are still trying to really gun for that first spot. I'm glad nobody has really shown any signs of giving up here, Asarai, despite how lopsided the leaderboard has been. And Foods, especially, who's been a bit of a late bloomer, he's now going to try and run into a pocket of safety. Paralyzes here, as you mentioned, but does have the chucks. But not the greatest of the quality nor the rarity. Still very doable. Now, Tree, I think this is a bit of a winnable matchup for him. He will have a little bit more range compared to the nunchucks. But once Paralyzed gets in, it's going to be so problematic.
Oh.
And there you go. The problems begin now. Hit stuns all the way through, but a Tree, it does look like he has enough Soul Jades to keep him as tanky as can be. Justina Gucci still alive here as well. XEKK around the corner. So this is going to be a fairly crowded Circle 4 as well.
This is still 9 players, Raph. This is a healthier server than what we saw previously here. So definitely, it's either the caliber of matches have gone bow. No, it's already Corruption 3. Master Demo's out. Katakal, who has just been here and there, has dethroned Master Demo, who... I mean, Tanoshi's out. Master Demo, this was his game, and then just out of nowhere, people just started wailing on him hard enough. So this means that Mahal and Foods are in good contention to start reaping the benefits of not having to deal with the top 2 dogs of the tournament. In any case, Katakal's... yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I was just wondering, I wonder who is going to take the crown this time around, outside. The first time we're not going to have a repeat, but definitely Tanoshi's going to have a leg up over Demo in points now. Oh dear.
It's coming out on PC now. They never see it coming. If you got the reference, good on ya. Anyways, down to the 6 players to remain. Did you get the reference?
At this point in time, I'm not entirely sure, Aster. My voice is
okay.
About to blow out. I'm
I'll
much
wait for
more
Twitch
concerned
chat.
about my stamina.
all right. It's okay. Foods, though, his stamina is looking really good. I think he's just been honestly super confident with whatever he wants to do, and he has just been so good at any type of landscape fight that we see him in, right? In the buildings, out in the open. You really do see how versatile he is as a player here. Both blue players, Shizu and Katakal, in a 1 versus 1. Who's better of the teammates? It seems like Shizu has taken the first lead. The slaps, the ultimate used, and he is just ramming it down onto Katakal, who's trying to run away for dear life here, as Shizu has every advantage in his own end. Again, the demonic aid giving him passive regeneration in shield and HP. And Katakal get basically zipped, slapped to the ground. He is just running away, but there's so much chase that that Shizu does have. If he can run down Shizu's utility here, maybe Katakal can have a fighting chance. Brings out the greatsword here, Raph. What is he thinking? Maybe a parry, maybe a big slap or two with a greatsword, and then the tables will turn in his favor. I don't know, but he's already out of Shizu's vicinity here. But Shizu is very much aware of where his opponent should lie. There he is, spots him out. What's going to be the fight? Nobody's hitting anything. Finally, it's Shizu out into corruption. They got to go back in, but in terms of HP, it's Shizu that still has the advantage here. And Katakal, okay, thankfully because he is that Zip and Yin, he does have the aromatherapy to give him that much-needed therapy for his aching bones that were shattered by Shizu time and time again. But both players are still standing.
Thickens.
Oh, but at least Mahal is still here out of the original top 3. Could potentially take this map and maybe bolster himself up back in those leaderboards, Asarai. Again, the point of no return, man. The last game of the day. The crown will be passed on as we look at the overall score later. Now, it's going to be fairly peaceful, but Mahal is going to get tagged just a little bit by that that range shot. Foods trying to instigate something here. Will actually get the first strike here and gets the confirm here. Oh, but what else can he do? Doesn't get the full focus attack. Mahal still trying to survive, but gets demolished by Foods in the blink of an eye. And now this reduces us to our final four. Not entirely sure if basking in the shadow would be the greatest idea as of the moment, but it doesn't really matter as they do have enough resources to keep them going.
That was so good from Foods. Like, he was just very much oppressive. I don't think he was reading any moves that Mahal was doing, but rather he was just enforcing what he wanted to do against Mahal. Maybe anticipating, the early out from the ice, just so that maybe he can catch Foods. But Foods was just so locked in. He was so loaded. Anyways, you're absolutely right. We're down to the final four already. Foods, I think, looking to be the best of the players here. And finally, Blue Fight Part 2, movie number 2, as Shizu and Katakal now out in the open for all the world to see. There could be a third-party player here, but they are going to give the due diligence respect for Shizu and Katakal just to wail on each other. These two have fought hard and long, and look that their ultimates are already back, and Katakal's actually really committing to using the greatsword. I'm loving this, Raph. If he gets any free hits in, his damage will be monstrous. In any case, Shizu does have the demonic aid, and Paralyze is just playing from far, becoming the Legolas of this fight for the moment.
Are we going to see somebody be taken into the eye, Aserai, as we are really entering the twilight of this day? Foods a lot more patient, a lot more passive. As you mentioned, there is a bit of a commitment on the great sword here by Katakal. I like it a lot. Is it optimal? Who knows? But if he can get a free hit onto someone,
I'm under attack.
Maybe a free vert. Once again, here's the problem here. Still trying to line up for a big vertical. Gets the parry here, trying to play defensive, but now is getting swarmed by the speed. He does have the zip and yin, so he does have quite a bit of survivability, but quickly negated by the strikes of Shizu. This looks like they've done this before many times. Has Shizu burned the grab? Oh, dear me. And now Katakal is gonna get absolutely shredded by both Paralyze and Shizu. As Paralyze actually gets the last hit, Aserai. Despite the hard work of Shizu to give his teammate a burial of honor, is not meant to be, as now we are in our top 3. Foods looks to be the one to take this. He does have the gold armor, but it does look like Foods is a little busy. But a great hit here. Does he get the follow-up? Only gets 1 or 2 hits here. Actually, he does get a second hit.
That
Foods now
is what we call
rampage.
an absolutely devastating Getsuga Tensho. If you know, you know. Anyways, Foods, you're absolutely right. He's on the rampage, and Paralyze has got nothing left. Maybe the aromatherapy, but Foods, man, he's the one who's going to give you the therapy, physical therapy, as he bats and bruises basically everything that Paralyze is on about. And this is just relentless. Foods is turning into, I don't know, he's a bloodhound. He's chasing everything. Paralyze, though, hold on. He's got some combos. He's pushed him out of the corruption, and Foods is taking some unnecessary damage here. Will need to at least recuperate himself. Has to maybe go for the heal, 9% before he gets his next ultimate right back up. Paralyze goes into the Flamebringer for that long-range damage, but Foods, Paralyze has got to be careful. There it is. Foods activating his Ominous Blade. TP's in, tries to go for the chase. How well can you read the situation? How well can you dodge these slashes? Not well enough. Good damage overall, and Foods, has he done it? Not yet. Paralyzed. I can't see his HP, so I don't know how low he can be. But both of them are healing up. They have the heal strap, so they are still going to be continuing at this, and they're going back to full once again.
Foods has that Spirit Slash, but look at this. They regress as quickly as Paralyzed can get into this. Let's get the primary combo going. He will have a little more longevity, especially with that aromatherapy. Now Foods blinking red a little bit. Gonna save a little bit of stamina for this. Goes for the mix with the katana. No primary hit. Beautiful read on the side of Paralyze here. Now beautiful uppercut. Gets the OTG. One more hit, and Foods is gonna be out of it. Foods has stepped out of the zone and gets eaten by the corruption. Gets zoned out by Paralyze. And what a scuffle. Oh my goodness.
You know what? Even us, we were already talking about Foods winning that, but Paralyze just came in from under, and we'll give it to him. He swept it from underneath us. He was slow moving from the very start of this tournament, right? But come what come may, this final game, he showed up, and we'll give it to him. What a comeback against Foods. We also did talk about how saving some of these heroes for the final possible moment can give you that edge, and boy, did that Zip and Yin come in incredibly handy against the excessive amount of damage that Foods was unleashing onto Paralyze there. But Paralyze, of course, not an easy win per se. He really had to sequence his abilities well, had to try to measure whatever Foods was gonna try to throw at him and throw it back, and he did that with just stars in the sky. Just absolutely amazing performance from Paralyze. But what was the biggest catch-off for game number 6 for us here, Raph, is that both Tenoshi and Master Demo got knocked out so early. But will that really matter in the overall standing points of things, as of course we're done now with game number 6?
Oh, well, we already know, or at least we potentially know who our top 1 and 2 are, right, Aster? I feel like everybody has a decent guess at this point. And Demo, I feel like Demo actually fighting Tenoshi early was one of the biggest turnarounds in the game. Again, Demo going for that Yotohime, the comfort was just really there. Tenoshi, though, did get the first leg up here, but Paralyze, wow, what a great showing from all the players.
Oh, so there was a Tarka-G in at least game number 6. I never noticed.
That's why I was so quiet when that happened, because I was like, yeah, that's a Tarka-G moment.
This one was so stressful to watch. Paralyzed, man. Maybe this was his awakening, right? After he bit Tenoshi, he's like, nothing can stop me now.
Potentially.
Not even
like,
Foods. Yeah.
I have awakened.
Paralyze has become the paralyzer, not the paralyzee.
That takes us back to the golden age of YouTube, if you know that. If you know, you know. But again, we go back into the more serious parts of the game. There was a lot of beautiful moments from a lot of our players. Master Demo, I thought this was masterfully crafted, but again, the very last few hits here did tag him up, just giving Kawhi a little bit of space. But I think Kawhi, this is where he dies, Aster. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, I think
it was, because this is where I think he got... he did use his Sinister Blade there for a bit of space, but Master Demo, as you saw, also threw out his Sinister Blade. And then we were talking about how the Corruption was just enough to tick him down if he can't get any heals. Master Demo was definitely not going to give him any chance to heal back up. Tree, though, I was kind of sad to see him not, I think, get higher into the scoring. I think even though we saw him just be an absolute menace to some players here, it wasn't enough, because honestly, I think he's one of the players that was just so entertaining to watch, but it didn't really translate into him getting deeper and deeper in terms of the points pool.
Yeah, again, despite all the what's transpired today, I feel like it is fairly disappointing for our Blue Boys here. Again, I'm pretty sure they trained very hard for this, Asterai. It's just things were just not meant to be, I suppose. The last few circles, I feel like were super hectic. I feel like this was actually one of the less what do you call this? Morris blessing filled games. Only saw one Flamebringer, but that's about it. Because usually it's Mahal that's hogging up all the Morris blessings.
Yeah. Oh, this one, man. I honestly thought Foods did enough damage and pushed back outside of the Corruption or into the Corruption that he put Paralyze in an already good or in a disadvantageous spot, if not the win. But then Paralyze just bounces back and combos him to death. That was just incredible from Paralyze here. 7 kills, 23,803 damage. Will not take anything away from him. He was absolutely spectacular in this game. He beat Tenoshi. He got his first win in the last game. Everything is coming up Paralyzed, at least for our closer here in the solos grand finals.
Oh yeah, Absolutely, and sometimes it's better late than never. This is going to be a big confidence boost for whichever tournament that Paralyze wants to join again. Maybe if he's going to participate in trios tomorrow, his team is going to definitely be very happy that he's already warmed up, as well as obviously maybe some of these players are going to be repeating tomorrow as well, Astra. Now that I think about it.
Yeah. Do we have I think we have the player list for tomorrow as well. Let me see. Oh, dude, this will be fun. So for tomorrow, Paralyze's teammates are actually Minds and Loves from FA.
Bamboo Shoots? Oh no, FA.
Yeah. So remember how, again, Minds and Loves were also one of our favorites when they were playing solos. I'm not sure how well they've kind of grew up in that time that we haven't casted NARAKA for a while. If these guys have gotten better, Olivier also in FA, so that's gonna be fun to see. Who else do we have for tomorrow? For 3T, Tanoshi is also in that team with Kwaito, Cruz, and Zping. The players playing today. Of course, we also have Blue from Catacal. He'll be playing with Kejuf, Cerne, and Amplexus. Amplexus also a player that we've heard before. SLG, we have Foods there. Lonely Milos. Yeah. Sid King going to be playing with IK1 alongside XCKK. Who do we have as well? IK2, Bananias is also there. A Tree is also there. So, again, a lot of our solo players here will also be competing for tomorrow's matches for Trio. So that's definitely something to look out for here for our viewers who might not know, or I think a lot of the viewers were also talking about it in the chat that they're kind of looking forward to seeing them be in a trio standpoint, especially now that we're seeing again just how well these guys have just performed for today.
And as I mentioned earlier, it's Tanoshi definitely getting a leg up on Master Demo here, but not to fear. I think Master Demo is firmly planted in that second place, Asarai. So he's still going to represent us as a region in the global stage, of course, alongside Tanoshi. I feel like the biggest question later is the third spot. So any speculations on your side?
Speculations. I'm not sure, actually. I'm still... Oh, here we are. Okay. I'll set aside my speculations, but now this is it. Okay, XCKK 15.8, Bananice 15.6. How far did we go in terms of the points after that game 3? How many were these players able to stack up? Because this is already looking like top 1 for like 2 games or 3 games ago.
We got a lot of points there. But I think Paralyze has really bumped his stock up. Now he's no longer in the bottom 8. Not entirely sure where he places now, but once again, still a great showing from everyone. It has been very, very difficult on everybody's side just getting here at this point, Asarai. These 6 games have been incredibly unforgiving, and there you go. Tanoshi at the very top spot, 27 kills and 51 total points, undisputed at all. Master Demo closely following with 42 points, and it's Foods to take it away from Mahal. Oh dear me.
Look at the discrepancy in terms of kills between Foods and Mahal. 7 overall, Raf. Again, this tournament, luck does not favor the prepared. Luck favors the aggressive, and Foods was just, I guess in that particular category, 20-13, and then Master Demo with 23, Tanoshi with 27. Really, these eliminations are what bolstered the points for these particular players. I'm so happy to see that we see Master Demo there with 42.8, because again, we were thinking like, oh yeah, this might be bad for Master Demo, especially that he got knocked off somewhat after Tanoshi. So we were thinking that maybe he can get a little bit more points up, but you're absolutely right. Both of these two players are top 2, and they're looking so good into it. But again, unfortunately for Mahal, yeah, he was top 3 a while ago, and then Foods just dethrones him. And these will be your qualified players going into the World Championship for NARAKA Bladepoint, again, happening later on this year.
Oh boy. Again, we have a very, very, very solid team here of players that are going to be representing us again on that global stage, Aster, as well as, of course, enjoying the prize pool that they've garnered from today. And those map bonuses from Tenoshi definitely stacked up, as well as Demo. But Aster, I have to say the preparation has to be incredibly arduous for them. Foods as well. I like how Foods has always been so consistent, right? Again, not too much in the first half, but a bit of a resurgence on the latter half of the day.
Yeah. So we're just preparing, I believe, our interview with Tenoshi with you guys. So I'm already pretty excited because I want to get into the brain of Tenoshi. We're just going to have him for a quick interview here as we are preparing him first. But definitely, this man has just been the king of Southeast Asia solos. There was nothing that anybody could really do. Let's give it 95% of the time. 90% sounds a bit too common. 95% of the time, they just can't do anything about him. All right, production tells me that the interview is ready. So let's have Tenoshi come in to the stage, to the screen in front of you guys, and just have him, just have a little quick word with him. So let's get Tenoshi here.
There you go, the champion himself. I like how that this photo is very, very, charming, Asarai. But of course, Tenoshi, how are you feeling, man? And how did you prepare coming into this tournament? Hello?
Thanks you guys for watching and sharing me. And I have quite less practice in the day before, but whatever, I made it. Thank you guys for the support.
You are so welcome, Tenoshi. So we just wanted to ask a couple of questions for you. So you mentioned how you only practiced a day before this tournament, which is insane. Can you tell us, was there anything special that you did for that preparation, or it's just you just playing around and just perfecting what was already what you played as?
I just do some situational like practice and like make some combat practice the day before, because like I have my team, which is the day tomorrow will be like the trios 20, so I practice those much more than solos. So I quite nervous on today.
Awesome. How about you, Rap? Do you have any questions for Tenoshi?
Congratulations, right? I feel like I've asked my questions for Tenoshi already. I think at this point, all I can do is wish him luck. Of course, there is still trios for Tenoshi tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. And I really like the answers today, So, Tenoshi, you prepared? Yeah, I did yesterday just by combat, but I'm just really good is what I got out of that. So I'm just really excited to see more of them tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, I guess that's the question that we have for Tenoshi here. Actually, one more question, if it's okay. How are you feeling for tomorrow's trio matches? Confident? Maybe nervous? What do you think about tomorrow?
I'm feeling very confident about trios match tomorrow because I practiced a lot and I'm confident with my teammate that I have. So I think I'm gonna perform very good tomorrow, but we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's perfect. That's a perfect answer. That's, I think, what the viewers wanted to hear. Anyways, I think that is enough. Tenoshi, we will give you time already to prepare for tomorrow. Enjoy celebrating your win. It was amazing. You were amazing, man. And we're excited to see you for tomorrow's matches. Sawadee ka, brother. So again, guys, Tenoshi, your solo champion here for the Southeast Asia qualifiers for World Championship. And again, he is qualified for the World Championship, so we'll see him again performing in the world stage, which everybody will definitely be looking forward to. So again, that's it. Tenoshi, again, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
All right, there you go, Astra.
right.
I mean, that's how you prepare to be a world champion, right? Like, yeah, I was just practicing data before. Again, very, very nice, heartwarming answer again. For tomorrow's preparation, my goodness, the pressure is still not over, despite already nabbing the biggest W for today at least. Again, a competitor is a competitor, man.
Yeah, exactly, man. And I love how he, again, as you mentioned, I just love how he answered everything. There's nothing much I can really add on to that other than I'm just at awe with how amazing Tenoshi has played this. And again, we've mentioned this before, you know, NARAKA Bladepoint has one of the most intricate mechanics that you could ever have in a game. And Tenoshi just feels like he breezes easily with every single one of that with the with any situation that he's thrown at. In any case, I think that wraps up our solos for today. We have our top 3 that will be going to the World Championship. Again, Tenoshi, Master Demo, Foods. Unfortunately, Mahal wasn't able to sustain his top 3 standing there, but you know what, there's always going to be a next one. NARAKA Bladepoint is just been one of the healthiest that we've seen it ever in terms of competition. Anyways, me and Raph will be signing off. Guys, we'll be seeing you tomorrow for the trios, so thank you so much, and this stream will now conclude. Again, see you guys tomorrow.